Hello, everyone. I'm glad to see everyone here in person. It's been since February of 2020. A few of us were up in Astoria doing the contact there, up there. And then
Dial in.
years later,
Oh,
a lot of I did a special meeting. I acknowledge the manager. Additional incidents back in this Walton, and many other indigenous nations of the Columbia River. I'm taking this opportunity to thank the original caretakers of this land. It's important to acknowledge that we're here because of the sacrifices and force of the indigenous Kansas of this place and to honor their legacy, lives, and descendants. This place is people all over the state. I would also like to encourage OBPAC members of ODOT to think about what we can do through our work to write historic and current. I think it's a perfect time to be thinking about that as we gather here in person. Welcome to new community members. We have an update to our work program on our agenda today, and some great knowledge around the table for opportunity, but we've got other new folks bringing perspectives. So I really hope that all of you will speak up and share what's your on your mind for this day. So with that, I am Emma Newman. I am the acting chair of OBPAC, the former vice chair, and now resigned back in May. So then I'm chairing this committee meeting, and we'll be planning dinner today before this. Before doing full intros, are there any hybrid meeting logistics that you think that are strange that people who are not in the room have access to hearing our meeting?
Don't believe so.
Yeah, it's got the student right now.
Yep.
And then do you want to follow up the people's names last name?
Of course. Lauren Morris, Rob Upson, George Thiel, Jonathan Mays, and John Love are all remote.
And just a note for future to staff, I'm doing my best to make eye contact with folks, but if you get meeting rooms that have a ton of circular people, that would make it more conducive to hearing everyone's voices and see each other as a person. I know it was a lot to just pull together an in-person meeting after not doing it for some years having hybrid, so thank you so much for those. With that, I will pass it this way and we'll do with introductions. So maybe your name, which position you have on OBPAC, or staff with role you play, and preferred pronouns and name first.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Robert Spurlock, and I'm a representative on OBPAC, representing two recreation trails. Here in Portland, Southeast Portland. I work at Natural Parks and Nature as a regional trails planner. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Bill Richard. I've been a OBPAC member for a year and a half, I think. The pronouns are he, him. Practice OBPAC. That's my passion for writing, but especially for seniors. Before I had my accident, I was doing about 3,000 miles a year biking. And in my career, I was chief of staff to a member of Congress from Minnesota, who was the golden hour of the nation in terms of biking, over stuff. We have safe routes to school. That's thanks to Jim Holmes.
Sweet. Andre Lindsay Walker. I use he, him pronouns. And it's my second OBPAC meeting. So I'm so happy to be here and first call. I'm an at-large position, and in my day job, I'm also manager of Street Trust, which is a nonprofit that advocates for
I'm Jessica Gordon. I'm ODOT's Pedestrian Bicycle Program Manager and privilege of being the board administrator for OBPAC. So excited to see you all in person. And I'm Karen Crystal, she, her pronouns. I'm the division administrator for the public transportation division. And for those that are new in the room, our division has programs such as the bike and transportation options across the school, green streets, transit, as well as passenger rail. So pretty much many things on that.
My name is Kaz Ziggy. I'm the strategic planning and communications manager for the public transportation division, and my pronouns are he.
I'm Erica McAlpin. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the assistant director for social equity at ODPAC.
My name is Brian Federer. I'm pronouns are him. And the program CEO of Respect the Push, bring awareness to the public about transportation. Still in our state, and I'm looking to figure out what the service can provide. And whatever. So we're not here to reinvent the wheel. It's already organizations. It's not in the game, get in the game with those.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mi Young. I'm a program assistant at No.PTD. It's a pleasure to be here.
Hi, I'm Robin Wilcox, she, her pronouns, and Great Streets Program Manager.
Hi, I'm Susan Heitzman, she, her. I'm in the policy and implementation manager on the transportation division at ODPAC.
Yeah, I'm not. Never.
And then you confirmation with the coverage.
I'm from the confirmation. I am the local government.
Everyone, my name is Aaron. I'm the pronouns. I am the underscore members now. I am 21 now, but I'm not appointed. I am currently 4th year, civil engineering student at Oregon State University. We graduated in the spring. So now I live in so Valles right now. I'm ready to now. Yeah, start with you.
Roberts, third for our meetings that start with this committee. Most of our organization member of with the county. I'm the computer program. Beaverton. Quite community from around the day. So, man, I'm very excited with this. Have logged about 5,000 miles since 1966 when I tried to drive.
I am the business person. I'm thinking we can have business. Here I am. Yay.
She loves it.
Hi, Alex, I'm saying the S program manager. Against those to take this solicitation there, so I'm here for that. So
Everyone, yeah. And then Lauren, obviously, is on the call, I just know. Yeah, Lauren, are you able to speak to the room?
Hi, I'm Lauren Morris. I'm with the Coquille Indian Tribe. And I've been, came on about the same time as Bill, so I guess a year and a half. It's a little difficult to hear on this end, so I'm not sure what everybody's talking about, but I'm representing a tribal members or tribal tribes throughout the state.
Lauren, can you figure out which end it's more or about the same, or you're not hearing me at all?
No, I can hear you, but it muffles in and out.
Okay,
But that's better, Jessica.
we'll try to speak clearly.
I just did this a little bit before I got to the books and away from staff. Because those are
Yeah, the closer to the other end of the table from Jessica is pretty clear.
Mic check, 1, 2, how do we sound?
Can you hear us, Lauren?
Who said that?
Beth did.
Oh, yeah, I can hear your end pretty well. I just have a hard time hearing the other end.
This is Emma, and I'm at the other end,
I can hear him.
right next to me.
Okay.
I can hear you.
You are pretty soft. So that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, we'll give it a go and I'll let you know if it isn't working. Thanks.
Great, yeah, and maybe if you can chat me on if we can address it along the way, yeah, probably want to check for the hybrid meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody, for your patience with technology and learning.
We knew it was gonna be more exciting than the last in-person meeting, so here we are, we're learning, we're growing, we'll figure it out.
That's room for this room. It is, the
Small
embassy.
Yeah, that's it, small letters, ODOT, 2.
Let me know.
What, sorry?
Karen is the same way. I wanna see. I don't know.
Great, so, do you have anything beyond officially welcoming, verbally honoring, and these are making it well, for welcoming our newest members? We did into it last time, it's.
Yeah, I think I touched a little bit because I missed the July meeting, so thanks everybody for being for getting everything organized. I don't think I really made any confidence in operating this, officially gone through. Yay.
Yeah.
Fence has got stuck in a little bit of a post-pandemic staffing turnover. But it is on its way through to the governor for final appointment. So next time we meet, that should be all official. And we'll be getting dealt through the process so that it should be official and we'll have a full committee. All 8 votes together. And we meet again in November, so that's pretty exciting. Thank you so much to everybody who worked on the recruitment. I know that was a lot of time and effort, so.
And I just want to say, like, we've done a lot of recruiting in a pandemic context, so it's beautiful to see everyone in person. I know I said that earlier, but I'm just really excited. With that, we also are saying goodbye to Robert today, and I just want to say, like, it's been such an honor to serve on this committee with you. Having the continuity from my very first meeting, a couple of in-person meetings, and then the last 2 years when we've been adapting along the way. I came on to OBPAC with the work plan prior to the current work plan a few years ago. And in that work plan, equity was part of it, but it was kind of a piece that stood alone. And it was on paper, but it wasn't really getting much traction until Robert said, hey, let's get a training, let's actually incorporate this into our meetings, let's take action. And so while that action, at times we were learning from it, for a mistake, it took taking action to be able to learn and go forward and grow. So thank you so much for your leadership on that in particular. Is there anything you want to say to the committee at this time, or do you want to think throughout the meeting and have a moment for anything that comes to mind by the end of the meeting?
Well, I don't know, I wanted to, here's something to say, work through life has been much busier than usual lately, but so this is a little bit off the cuff, but I do want to really applaud ODOT for a lot of the, I mean, ODOT has a tough job. That's trying to do things differently. And, I think recognizes a lot of the things that have to be addressed. But there's a lot of things that are going well. I'm excited that Alan's here this second round where we passed this, this wilderness for that one, that program off the ground. And it's really successful program. Thanks not only to Alan's great work, but this committee as well and all of staff. Another thing that comes to mind is the blueprint for urban design. That's been outstanding work. But if I could just give a little bit of encouragement, constructive criticism, let's call it, it would kind of be to be open to constructive criticism. I've found that more so than other organizations I've worked with, ODOT has often been anything but open to constructive criticism and can actually make people feel afraid to share criticism. And I think that has to change. I think that that's going to be one of the challenges for this committee going forward is to continue to find constructive ways to be critical. I think the letter that we just got the response from Chris Strickler is a good example of how we were constructively critical and we didn't get a response for a long time, but we tried again. I think we need to keep taking that approach. And sometimes it'll be painful. It'll be, I mean, ODOT has ways of kind of using its power to intimidate and belittle people. So just be prepared for that and keep trying to persevere. I hope that my time here has, I'm glad to hear Emma's reflections. I appreciated that. And I hope that I've been able to try to nudge things in the direction of recognizing natural systems and the importance of the natural world and the landscape, but also that the way that people in society work are often antithetical to an agency that's mission is about pushing as many single occupancy vehicles and trucks through as possible. There's just an inherent conflict there, but I hope that my contribution has been to like nudge things a little bit more toward the human side and to the natural world side. And I hope that things can continue to go that way. But I see a lot of cause for optimism with a lot of the work that I see happening. So I'll miss everyone, but I'll still be around. Hope to see you all around.
Robert. And for other committee members, I'll give some time at the closing of our meeting if there's anything that comes to mind over the course of the meeting that you'd like to say at that point, open it back up. Just gonna make a note so that I actually do that. Okay. So today's meeting goals are to build relationships and shared purpose and motivation among OBPAC members. That was one of the really important things to do when we're coming together in person. It's something that's a bit more challenging to do. We're tuning in via our computers all across the state. So I'm really looking forward to working on that goal today. Establishing shared vocabulary around social equity, developing committee group agreement for behavior and accountability, and reviewing the 2020 to 2022 work plan and identifying priorities for our next few years, 2022 to 2024. So we'll open up for public comment in a moment, but I just want to review the agenda. We'll have approving of the meeting minutes from the last two meetings. Social equity OBPAC led by Erica. Thank you so much for being here today.
We'll take a break at that point, then move into the work plan updates and priorities. At that point, we'll transition to the committee business. We have a number of items that are in the works and some updates and next steps on our work plan items that are already underway. The Public Transportation Division update is what PTD update stands for. We're trying to improve on writing out our acronyms, but there are so many acronyms in the transportation world, they do slip through sometime. Then we'll have a kind of wrap up with member roundtable, not on agenda items, and review our action items to recap and set the November agenda. After that, we'll adjourn and there's an optional committee dinner at the Pine Street Market. Any amendments to the agenda before I turn it over to public comment? Okay, got a lot of good stuff ahead. So with that, I would like to just note that OBPAC is committed to diversity, inclusion, civility, and respect. Committee members and members of the public who are providing public comment are expected to be respectful and maintain civility by avoiding foul, obscene, hateful, racially, and ethnically derogatory language that creates an intimidating, hostile, and offensive environment. We really do appreciate public comment, and it's my understanding that there is at least one individual who would like to provide comment today, maybe via the computer, and I'm not sure if anyone else would like to comment or. Okay, well, welcome. I'm glad that you're here. Good to see you. So I think there's a comment online. Young, can you help navigate that, please?
We had one person, Rob Upson from the Mid-Valley Bicycle Club, sign up for public comments regarding the fatality on the Willamette Valley Scenic Bikeway.
And if others would like to provide comment but haven't notified you yet, is there a chat box they can let you know in, or what's the best way to notify us if they're not here in the room that they'd like to speak?
I have a chat up right now. Rob is here. I have a chat with him right now. Let me know.
Perfect.
Get unmute.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We can hear you clearly. Thank you.
All right. Did I understand correctly? Now's my time.
Now's your time. You have up to 3 minutes to share your comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Rob Upson. I'm the advocate with the Mid-Valley Bike Club, which has over 400 members in the Corvallis, Albany area of the Willamette Valley. I'm new in this role as advocate, but the club has a history of advocacy for bikes, bicycle safety, bike education, and infrastructure in the area. On August 23rd, you might have heard of the fatality on Riverside Road. 52-year-old mother, Kelly Lynn Kennedy of Albany, was struck by a driver who, as the police report notes, was distracted. I sent links to the police report, or the initial police report, and some reporting on the incident in my comments sent by email if you want to learn more. The Riverside Road is part of the Oregon Scenic Bikeway, and it's often used by many of our members who are riding in the rural areas of the Willamette Valley. It was recently widened as well. So the full report and charges are still pending, but I have to say that a distracted driver is concern to us, and our cyclists don't want to be on the roads, often concerned about their life. So I'm asking for the help of this committee, whether it be in adding that to your work plan or suggestions from policy of how we can make improvements, especially on these scenic bikeways. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
And I will get the materials that were mentioned on the drive so that everybody can see that as well.
Thank you, Rob, for providing the comments, and we're sorry to hear about the loss of Kelly's life. Any other comments?
Nobody on the chat, it sounds like.
Okay. Next, we have approving the meeting minutes, and we are looking to approve both the May and July minutes. And so I have a couple comments that I wanted to do edits. Does anyone else have amendments to either of the meeting minutes? Okay, so for the May, I emailed staff, they are adding a link to the Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities letter to ensure that our comments are documented in our minutes. Currently, or the draft we were given leading up to this meeting just had the link to the DLCD materials and didn't express the committee's concerns about not having a comprehensive inventory for the bicycle and pedestrian data that will inform the planning for transportation system plans going forward. That's really important. I know in my community, as it's mapped out, it was specifically not requiring that data be collected for neighborhoods that have higher than average underserved populations. So we wrote a letter, and that's now just going to be linked in the May minutes. So that's the amended version. And then for July, there was a section about talking about the hate speech, and it said committee members did not handle it appropriately. And I was wondering if that was captured correctly. I wanted to have a little bit of discussion. This was back to when public comment was provided. It was not addressed, and then the individual came forward, provided comment that had inappropriate language in it at our meeting. And my impression was that it wasn't committee members didn't handle it. There were like a multiple different things along the process that led to that situation occurring. So I just wanted to look at the wording and maybe revise that, saying, you know, due to a number of inactions, this person came forward and provided comment that included hate speech, and that's not acceptable to our committee. So is that enough language to understand how to revise the minutes?
Can make those changes.
Does that reflect what I think we discussed at our last meeting?
Right.
Okay. Thanks for confirming. She's the best. Any other amendments? Okay, with that, I would look to approve the May and July minutes as I just described those minor revisions.
So move.
We have a second.
I second.
Moved by Bill, seconded by Mavis. All in favor of approving the May and July minutes, say aye and or raise your hand. We're in person.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Our minutes from the May and July 2022 meetings are approved as amended. And with that, we get into the substance. So I'd like to introduce Erica. It's going to help lead us through our next agenda item, which is social equity at OBPAC. Where would you like to sit? How can we help facilitate this? You want to just come up right next?
Say probably a chair is gonna work best with the audio situation.
Okay. That works. I actually don't mind sitting where you are to operate.
Go right ahead.
All right.
Thank you.
You can upload mine.
Hey, just to verify, can the people on Zoom hear me? Okay, great. Plus I can project pretty loud. So just to give you a little background about me, I came to ODOT 3 months ago from Oregon State University, where I was the executive director for strategic diversity initiatives at the Bend campus. So I live in Bend, and I came over here today because this work is very important to do in person. And so I wanted to be here at the table with you all, and so you can see me and I can see you, and we could just have a conversation today about social equity. I am very conversational. So I will ask some questions, and I am here with my notebook to take back any feedback. And I just want to thank each of you for your service to this committee. A lot of people in the community are often called on to give their service. And as an assistant director at ODOT, I want to thank you for that. We really appreciate it. Your voices are valuable. We are hearing you. And I wrote down your comments, and I promise you the director will hear personally from me. But he is aware of the time that it took for him to respond to to write that letter. So my apologies on his behalf for that. Also, I'm disappointed that you feel that ODOT uses power to intimidate. It is part of my job to make sure that that doesn't occur. So please believe that we'll be changing. I want to emphasize that, as you mentioned, ODOT is a huge organization. I often describe it as a cruise ship. And turning that cruise ship is slow and it's hard. So what I am doing as the Assistant Director of Social Equity is starting from within while also working externally. So we are doing the work with every single employee inside of ODOT to recognize what social equity is, why it's important, and why ODOT needs to pay attention. So please know that we are working, but it takes time in an organization as large as we are. So I wanted to, I was invited here today to talk to you about social equity. And when I heard you say develop a common language around social equity, that takes more than one session. So I'm happy to come back anytime you want me to. But first, we'll just start with, what is equity? Equity acknowledges that not all people or all communities are starting from the same place due to historic and current systems of oppression. So equity is not taking from one person and giving to another. I have a graphic that will visualize it for you so you can see what equity looks like. But when we think about all of our lives and where we started from, different things impacted all of us, right? But we arrived to where we are personally or in our careers or whatever, but we didn't all start from the same place. And based on different things, either socioeconomic status, privilege, and maybe where your family started from, it impacts where we all start from. I'm from Alabama, okay? And so moving to Oregon, where bike riding is for transportation is not really a thing in Alabama. And it's because it's so spread out. People will be riding for a very long time. It's just like, rural in some cities. But like in Birmingham, which is a much larger city, people do commute, using their bikes. And so, but driving and looking out for cyclists is something that I had to adjust to moving to Oregon. So we need to understand that not everybody is coming with the same level of knowledge and experience around these very issues that you all discuss in your meetings and are working on. Equity is the effort to provide different levels of support based on an individual's or group needs in order to achieve fairness in outcomes. When I saw your slide that said, talking about your trip to Denmark, I told Kaz, I said, everything's better in Denmark. So, they are like the social justice example, right, of how a society should operate, how a society should treat its members, although I'm disappointed to hear about the racism aspect. But all you hear, I used to give that example to my students all the time about a country that is doing a lot of things well. When we think of, free healthcare, college, a year of paternity leave for mothers and fathers, all granted by the government. Now, they do pay higher taxes, I will acknowledge that, but they are getting those services from the government. And when we look to other, when we look at them and think, how could we do better, right? But when we think about fairness in outcomes, I know that's something that you all are concerned about because the cycling community may not have the same benefits and privileges of those that drive a car, So we're working to remedy that with Karen's team and the work that she's doing within ODOT and with you all at the table. Equity actionably empowers communities most impacted by systemic oppression and requires redistribution of resources, power, and the opportunity to those communities. So creating tables like this, if we look back 10 years ago, I'm sure that's something that ODOT really wasn't very concerned about. We may have checked in with the community, but did their voice really change any decisions that were made? And I say all the time to leaders, don't bring people together if you're not going to hear them. And if their opinion doesn't change the decision that we will make, because it feels like hypocrisy, right? It feels like a big waste of time. And if you give your time, your voice, and your commitment to something, it needs to impact the decisions that we make. And in some cases, it does. But again, there's a lot of rules and a lot of red tape in state government. And we also work with the federal government. And sometimes those rules keep us from being able to make certain decisions. So when we look at what's going on politically, you know, in terms of who's running for office and the decisions that are made at that level, we have to pay attention there too, right? Because they influence the decisions that ODOT makes, and that impacts you all as community members. So this is equity illustrated. And you see that equality is the assumption that everyone benefits from the same supports. This is equal treatment. The example I often use with equality is the recent stimulus checks that we received. You know, some people didn't get them, but many people in the country did, all for the same amount, right? Regardless of need. I was fortunate enough to be able to work throughout the entire pandemic. So did I really need that check? I'm sure there was someone else that needed it way more than I did. So sometimes equality is not benefiting everyone. But when we look at equity, with equity, everyone gets the supports that they need. This is the concept that affirmative action is supposed to provide, and it produces equity. Now, when I say affirmative action is supposed to provide, many organizations made errors with affirmative action and established quotas and things like that. That's how they met the affirmative action rule. But that's not at all what affirmative action was meant to do, okay? And is still doing, really, in society today. And you'll see that the person that's the tallest doesn't have a box anymore. So sometimes when I show this graphic, people say, well, why are you taking from that person to give to the other person? That is not what equity is. Equity is not pie. Like if I get a bigger piece of pie, your piece of pie is smaller. It's not like that. So when we think about the stimulus checks, that's something we didn't have. We didn't know it was coming until it was announced, but the person with the greatest need should have received the most money, and people with a lesser need shouldn't have. That is what equity does. Justice is removing the barriers altogether so that everyone can start from the same place and that inequity has been addressed. Now, we have a long way to go to get there, to where there are no barriers. So when we think about barriers, what are some barriers that impact the cycling community?
How long I feel like this discussion?
Yeah.
3 popcorn style, so
Yeah,
3
that's
people.
Complete systems.
Incomplete systems, so roadway systems or?
Yeah, like a sidewalk that you're walking along the sidewalk is all great and then it ends.
That's a thing all over Bend.
It's
I have
a really
noticed
big
that.
thing.
Yeah, that is a thing. They just stop. Yeah. Anything else?
Not enough funding to build.
Yes. Yes, not enough funding. That's where those political decisions really come into play, determining how much money is allocated. And then when the agencies like ODOT receive the funds, what do we do with it, right? So absolutely not enough money. Anything else?
Distracted drivers.
You know, I was thinking as I heard the public comment, about that. It's not getting any better with distracted driving. When you think about the features in automobiles these days, you can be paying attention to your phone while the car is driving in some cases. And that's a situation that's used in many ethics classes. I've used it before. You know, what is ethical here? Do we let the car make the decision, this computer, or should the human being, the person, be making the decision? I fall on the side of the person making the decision, but so many things are distracting us. And so, yes, that is something that we need to address, absolutely. So with that in mind, there is so much to work on that are those fences between us reaching the point of justice. So when we think about intersectionality, because equity is not all about race, right? And when people hear diversity, equity, and inclusion, their minds usually go to the race conversation. Well, it's not just about race. The race conversation is really important, but other things are also very important. So when we look at sex and gender, language, religion, age, disability, geography, income, and education, sexual orientation, they intersect, right? And oftentimes, if we are working on one issue, that can also benefit another group. The civil rights movement was mainly about race, but it benefited more than just ethnic minorities, right? So when we look at like Title VI and Title VII, it impacts like disability, age discrimination, pregnant women that are pregnant, there are laws against that, discriminating against them. So it is all coming together and working together. Most of the time, when we're working to solve one problem, we can solve more than one, right? And so the partnerships that you all are able to form with other committees, which was the basis of the letter from the director around like the MAC and SIMPAC, you know, having representation there is very important because all voices need to be heard and common issues intersect. And the more of you that are present around the issue is more power, more representation around an issue. And that's very important. That's what influences decision-making. Any questions about intersectionality before we move forward? Comments or thoughts? Hey, you're all gonna be quiet on me.
This is not normally a quiet group.
Oh, no? Okay.
Warming up.
So when we think about a common language around social equity, these things are the questions that we ask at ODOT before we embark upon anything. We're supposed to. We're working on everybody doing it, but this is here. And so we should ask these questions, and I would like to challenge you all to ask these questions around this table when decisions are being made or concepts are being thought about, right? How have or will historically excluded communities be informed, consulted, or involved? So someone on my team specifically works with engagement, making sure that ODOT is engaging with all of the communities that we serve, making sure that they have a seat at the table, that they are compensated for their time, and that they are heard, and what they have to say impacts the decisions that ODOT makes. What methods or tools were used for this engagement? So we do follow-up. We audit ourselves on our engagement, and we are developing a survey that each community member, can fill out that participates in an ODOT process to give feedback on their experience so that we can be constantly evolving and improving the methods that we're using. In what ways does this address the needs expressed by historically excluded communities? So if we are making a decision, how does it address the harm that has already been caused? How do we bring people to the table that historically have not been at the table? And so those are questions that we ask. And then what are the benefits and burdens to those communities? Because we don't want to cause further harm. And that is the key to asking these questions. Does this affect a high social equity index area? So we have developed a map that is the social equity index map. And our planning teams can go to that map and see if it is a high social equity area, meaning has harm been done in this community before. So when we think about the Rose Quarter project, a lot of harm was done in that area by ODOT by putting the freeway right through it, right? So when we think about projects like Rose Quarter, we don't want to do any further harm in that community. And so we have to ask ourselves, when we work in these high social equity areas, are we paying attention? Are we making sure that we're not causing further harm? Do we have voices at the table? And how will this benefit this community that we have previously harmed? If so, is there an opportunity to address economic or health disparities that this community experiences? What can we do with the resources we have, basically? If we are doing work in an area, what can we do to improve it? What can we do to make it better? And we can't do that without the people that live in those communities providing that feedback. Is there an opportunity in your work to increase safety and/or access the historically excluded that does not directly address the purpose of the project? Again, thinking about what else can we do? We're not just focused on repairing this bridge, right? We need to be focused on the impact that that's going to have on traffic, on cyclists, on people that are trying to get from point A and point B. Are we making it harder, right? And so we need to address that and ask this question. If so, what is the cost or risk to ODOT? Meaning, what does it cost us to do better? What does it cost us to add something into a project that really isn't about building the bridge or repairing the bridge, but it's about the community that we are impacting? And is the cost worth the risk? A lot of risk assessment happens at ODOT as well. A lot, way too much, but a lot. How do we mitigate the cost and or risk? Again, that is what my office is working on. Oftentimes, historically, ODOT has operated in black and white. There's no gray. Well, there is gray. And it's my job to make sure that we are pushing things into that gray area. Perhaps there is a way around this rule. Let's look, let's explore, let's see what we can do, instead of just saying no. So around implementing equity, how do we do it? We do it through policy research and advocacy. There's someone on my team that is directly responsible for embedding equity into all policies and processes at ODOT. Diversifying the perspectives that we hear, making sure that there is diversity at the table. And I want to say that diversity is, again, about so much more than race, okay? It is possible to have a room full of white men sitting around a table and still have diversity. Just because they look the same doesn't mean they are the same, right? Everybody has different thoughts and opinions. Everybody has different experiences walking through life. And so we have to be mindful that sometimes we may not have a person of color, but how are we tracking diversity? And we have to come up with a way to do that, because the community does question us on who is at the table. And if they don't see those common things that we look for, those surface level diversity traits is what I call them, things that we can see and make assumptions about, then they think there's no diversity. So we have to evaluate the diversity that we do have. And certainly push to have all forms of diversity at the table. So please don't think I'm negating that that's necessary. Creating more inclusive spaces. We want people to feel welcome when they come and have an experience and interaction with ODOT. We want people to volunteer to be at the table more often. Oftentimes we pull on the same people and it wears folks out, you know? And so we need more people in spaces and be more inclusive when we do have your attention. Promoting best practice, determining what best practice is, again, pushing into that gray area, and then promoting that best practice. Hold ODOT accountable. We have to hold ourselves accountable, but for giving that criticism that you spoke to, we have to hear it, we have to receive it, and we have to do better. And we need to measure our progress, because it's great for me to sit in front of you and say all these wonderful things that my office is working on and that all of us are working on at ODOT. But if I can't show you or point to a specific project or point to this specific initiative or give you any data or stats on how we increase participation among diverse groups or anything like that, it's meaningless. So we have to hold ourselves accountable and measure our own progress. So that is the end of my presentation for today. And I want to ask if there are any questions, comments, or thoughts. I have my notebook and I will take back what you say and answer your questions to the best of my ability.
I have a question.
Yes,
That social equity index map, is that online?
it is online. Yes, it is. If you go to ODOT's website, you should be able to find it. If you just search for social equity index map.
And is that, do you use, where's your data from? What's your data source?
That's a good question. And it's one I don't know the answer to.
I can jump in.
Thank you. I've been here for 3 months. I just want to say that to the world again. I've been here for 3 months, so I'm sorry.
We're glad you're good. So there's two different equity index maps that you'll hear about a lot at ODOT. There's the Office of Social Equities. That's the official equity index, and that looks at a lot of census data about those different elements of diversity that Eric mentioned. So I think it looks at the big 8: age, race, income, ability.
Yeah, the things around here.
Yeah. And then there's another one that we talk about at OBPAC around this table quite a bit. That is the active transportation equity index that's in our active transportation needs inventory. And that is same equity index. It's just got some more things added in there, like the percentage of youth and seniors, and a couple other things that we use of not only is this an equity community, but it's an equity community where there's also likely to be a lot of folks who are dependent upon walking and biking to meet their daily transportation needs. So those are the two things that we look at, but that's also based on census. That's also only census, not school lunches or? There is some in the the equity index is just census. The active transportation one has some information from EPA about respiratory health hazards and from CDC, somewhere else that we stole it from a CDC index about crowded housing as well. So there's a couple other things in active transportation. And who decides, are things weighted? Are different categories weighted? In the active transportation one, race is a weighted variable in the new version that we did when we updated our statewide active transportation needs inventory a few years ago. And so that is something that maybe every 3 or 4 years, we do an update and we kind of get together and say, what's changed in our understanding of this topic since last time we put this index together? What new data is there? And so we might change it again in a few years. And does this group have any say in that? We will bring that to you fall when we start doing that needs inventory update again.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Comments?
I have a question.
Yes.
So I had the pleasure of sitting down with our newest members, Beth and Andre, earlier today, and one topic that came to mind, so we're updating our work program.
Mhm.
We were talking about, well, how much do you have to, provide as far as time contribution to your OBPAC work?
Mhm.
Because depending on what we collectively have around the table, we may want to be more or less ambitious with our work program. And so I want to say thank you so much to staff and the agency to help compensate committee members for our meeting time in our day. But I'm curious if there's opportunity to compensate for work done in between meetings, because that's when we can be incredibly effective. But if we're not getting paid for that, then it's like, well, what's the cost of showing up to that volunteer time?
Yes, the Equitable Engagement Compensation Program does pay for work done outside of the meetings. So yes, there is a way to do that. There's a formula for that will pay you more per hour.
So it's per hour. Okay.
Yes.
Great. Well, that is,
And when's that gonna happen, or?
how do we engage?
Sorry.
That, nope, that's.
With OBPAC, you're an interesting group because you're a special interesting group. But as a governor appointed advisory committee, there is a statutory way that you are eligible for a stipend for your time if you meet certain criteria, and that is a per diem per day. And then for all committees at ODOT, there is the equitable engagement
Compensation plan. Mhm.
the ECP.
Yes.
And that is an hourly reimbursement. You can't get reimbursement through both as a committee member. So so we have to figure that out, and participating in both programs is a lot of forms, but we can figure it out. It's just some navigating those different programs and opportunities for this committee.
So Jessica, I would like for you to get with Shane and determine which is more.
Yeah.
Like, would it be more to pay through the EECP, or would it be more through the stipend?
The statutory one is the higher.
You already know that.
Stipend,
Okay.
but there's more
Jessica
restrictions on
is
who can get it.
Been quite diligent in this area.
Shane and I have had some long talks figuring this one out. Yeah.
So follow up to that, it makes me think that if it's a lower compensation, but if an OBPAC member is doing more hours outside of the meeting, then that overall would be higher. So do we know what the cutoff point is, and could it be individualized per member, or is it our entire committee needs to be on one system?
It can be individual per member. I
Okay.
need to make sure that we're keeping track of who's on which path. Because the auditors call me.
I want to follow, kind of a follow-up with that.
Yes.
Backing it up a couple steps is, what about other kinds of compensation? Okay, this is what my ideal is, to have on these kinds of committees. The single mom who has to take her kids to school, one in a stroller, going over, 4 lanes in each direction. How do we help her to be on a committee?
Right. It's a good question.
Yeah, babysitting, and that's me suggesting, because I used to be a mom. I mean,
You are still a mom.
I'm still a mom, yeah. Amen to that. But I think I can't answer that. Those people needs to answer that. I would love to hear from those kinds of people. So there's stepping back a little bit more, how to hear from those people.
Mhm. Okay, that's something that,
Lauren has her hand up. I'm not sure if are you monitoring?
Yes, please. I can't see, so please let me know, and let's hear from Lauren.
Thank you. Going back to the equity, because I was also thinking about the public comment that we had earlier, and I'm still learning about equity. With that, mostly we talk about it between groups of people or people individually. Can that also apply to activities? And the reason I'm asking is because with the traffic, I mean, I know that one was specific to distracted driving, but a lot of times we have traffic where we increase the safety based on the number of accidents we have or the number of,
Right.
yeah. So I think people wouldn't bicycle necessarily as much on roads that are dangerous where traffic will continue. And then when we have these fatalities or we have these accidents, they'll put in safety barriers. They don't do the same thing for bicycles, for bicyclists. So if we spent that money putting in some kind of safety barrier for the bicyclists, they might use them more often. Does that make sense?
Yes, it absolutely, yes, it does. And these are the types of issues that I will have to take back. Because I don't have an answer for you right now on what to do or how we'll do it. But you are right that we do weight activities as well, and the equity that is involved in those activities. And if an area does have a high concentration of accidents, we do take action. So we do need to do the same thing for cyclists as well. To be equitable, that's what we have to do. How we'll do it is another question.
Erica, if you have staff in the room that can answer certain questions, do you want them to chat? Just being sure. Process question.
Lauren, did you have more to your question or comment?
No, not necessarily. I think the piece that sometimes we might be missing is that the bicyclists, we can't measure the same because the bicyclists aren't going to ride on those roads that are dangerous until they are made safer. And then we might see a real increase in traffic there.
Right.
But thank you
Karen,
for your answer.
Of course. Karen, do you have an answer?
No, I don't have an answer to that, but I was just asking in general because we were starting to get into territory. I was like, I think staff might have some thoughts on that.
Okay.
So I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. I am not no, I'm not the holder of all the information.
What?
Bill? Yes, I'm sorry.
Erica, I just want to say how impressed I am with your presentation.
Thank you.
It gives me confidence that our work is worthwhile and will be productive.
It absolutely.
Knowing that you're doing your job and you're able to communicate that to us. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I just want to comment and say this presentation is heads and shoulders above what we got about 3 years ago. So congratulations, ODOT. You have come a long ways. We've been sucked down the equity rabbit hole in this committee, and it has taken a huge amount of our time. And I am looking forward to that becoming a prop instead of a suck.
Absolutely. You know, I have told Kaz a number of times that I am willing to come as much as you all would like me to come. If you want a quarterly update from the Office of Social Equity, we can certainly schedule regular updates. If you want to hear about specific topics, that is something that my office can do as well. I have a member of my team that is an avid cyclist that would probably love to be involved with this committee. So if it's not me, then it can definitely be him. But please know that we are willing to chat as often as you would like and provide any training or help that you need in this space as well.
Yeah, I had a kind of question / comment, like at what level does ODOT engage with communities that speak other languages? Speaking from personal experience, it seems like once a month, my grandparents show up at my house telling me, hey, what does this letter say? Because it's in English. And it just seems like that can be something that can be easily overlooked, especially because those communities are already not used to participating in local governments. So it can be like, oh, they aren't really seeking that out because they've been excluded for so long.
Right. We are actively working on developing a plan for translation services in my department and well, among my team. So that is something that we are aware of and working on a plan to address.
I would love to see that as an overlay of, because there are native Guatemalans in my community. When COVID happened, nobody spoke their language. They don't speak Spanish.
Right,
Stuff like that.
right, right.
Yes.
Brought up the Rose Quarter project.
Yes.
And how the highway went through. I'm not sure the project. Sure it's
It was a long time ago. Yeah.
gentrification. Done anything as far as. Communities? You know, because I hear this, but it sounds like. We're addressing what happened years ago, when those communities are brand new now.
Mm-hmm,
We gotta figure out what to do.
mm-hmm,
All of that.
mm-hmm. So, by addressing the Rose Quarter, by doing the Rose Quarter project, it's not just to address past harm, but it is to improve the area itself. And impact the historic Albina community where a lot of people still are. So we are impacting the residents currently in that space while acknowledging the past harm that was created years ago. You're welcome. Okay.
I don't know, but I want to.
Go ahead, Robert.
Thanks. I don't have Hal's letter in front of me, but are we gonna be? Oh, okay, yeah, I was just wondering if you were.
Yes, I wanted to get through this
Oh.
and we're gonna talk about that in just a moment.
Okay.
Right now, actually.
Yes, I wanted to check in. We have about 20 minutes, 23 minutes left. For
Okay,
the item.
great.
How would you like to use the rest of our?
We're just gonna go through the letter and talk about it. A lot of my work too is just allowing space for conversation and dialogue. And that's what I plan to do today. Just to allow space for all of you to express your thoughts, your feelings around that letter. I will take notes on anything that I can take back to help improve your experience on these committees.
I have a quick question while we're transitioning to
Mhm.
that. So you mentioned a survey for feedback.
Mhm.
I'm curious how broadly that's going to be used and how it will relate to ongoing processes or committees that already exist, or if
Mhm.
it's just for new initiatives.
No, absolutely not. No, it will depend on the project and the committees that are involved with the project. And when I say involved, who does it impact? And the committees that work in those spaces. So it may not be you all every time, although I don't see why it wouldn't be, because bike ped is something that we are really focused on at ODOT. So while it is still in development, I want to be clear about that. We're still developing that tool, but we plan to use it as regularly and often as we can.
Just curious more with the committee work. For instance, we've been, providing comments on some committees having some challenges that we are seeing as barriers to improving walking and biking. And so, so wondering for our own committee and other ODOT committees, will it be an annual and every 2 years? Like, how will that tool integrate with standing committees?
Yeah, I would see it being annual to get that feedback regularly.
Great, thank you.
Sure. So I was fairly new to the organization when I read this letter. And it certainly concerned me. And I was glad that I was contacted to help with this and help facilitate a conversation around it. So all of you have read it. All of you know what it says. I don't have to, read it to you or anything like that. So let's just talk. Let's just talk. When we think about the part that really saddened me was, the equity piece. So let's take the point number one, seek opportunities for real decision-making. What does that look like for you all? What do you want it to look like? For example, is having representation on the MAC and on the SIMPAC, is that enough in terms of seeking opportunities, or is there something more that you would like to see?
I was gonna bring up that specific one, so I'll jump in.
Okay.
Having received director or the letter back from what we had addressed to Director Strickler. So we'll be covering this a little bit later during committee business, but the short summary is that the letter is offering to have a bicycle and a pedestrian representative on the SIMPAC, which I think is the Safety Mobility Policy Advisory Committee. We already have Nick Meltzer and Bob Junedef serving on the Mobility Advisory Committee. This was, I think, the first I'd heard this, so I was like, oh, well, that's good. And also it raises the question in my mind around, well, how can we be most strategic and effective? Because if we're one position among a committee that has multiple people just from certain companies and industry partners, is one person speaking to bicycle related issues or one person speaking to pedestrian related issues going to actually shift power? Is it going to, have real decision-making opportunity? Or is it going to be asking a lot more of people's time to not have much change occur? So that's what's on my mind, and I'm not sure how to navigate that. I welcome, other committee members' thoughts more broadly on this, kind of seeking opportunities for real decision-making. But for SIMPAC, that's exactly what came to my mind. And I was like, I don't know the answer, but I want to have conversations and figure out how to be strategic. I think the ultimate vision is that we don't have a person for bicycle, a person for pedestrian. We have everyone thinking to Robert's point about natural systems, human lives, like what's good for justice, what's good for everyone. How can we remove barriers as opposed to thinking about it as a pie? Because the pie is just going to be more of the same, plus maybe some conflict and hurt feelings, and no one wants that.
Right, of course.
Yeah, I feel like overall it's a good letter, but I feel like that phenomenon or that fear that we have does pop out in certain parts of this letter. I think it's kind of distilled in at the end of I guess the second paragraph where it says work groups to ensure OBPAC has a seat at the tables where bicycle and pedestrian policy discussions are being held. I think that's missing the point. It's not just, we don't want to just be tokenized as the bicycle, as like having a seat where bicycle and policy discussions are being held, or almost like that's pigeonholing us. Like the point is that bicycle and policy issues are mobility issues more broadly. We want anyone at a seat at any table where any mobility issues are being discussed,
right,
to be thinking holistically.
So I read the letter Friday, and I don't see how you can be at the table and not be involved in all policy and decision-making that's happening around the table. So that's one, because I don't see them saying, okay, we're not talking about bike ped, now you can leave, right? So I think you'll still be there and your voice will still matter. So I apologize for the wording. I think that was just in the wording.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm probably being overly sensitive to the wording, but.
Yeah, I get it. I mean,
but it is in fitting with a pattern of seeing. I mean, it would be fitting with what the whole issue is that prompted the letter in the beginning. So that's why I'm sensitive to it.
Okay.
But thank you.
Feeling dismissed or not unheard. Okay. Trust me, I hear you.
Thanks.
And I do use my voice, so Karen can tell you that. So I will have some conversations.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, overall, I thought it was a really good letter. I was glad to receive it.
having also read the letter, I think maybe one of the pieces that gives me greater optimism is the offer for the meeting with Cooper and Macland and myself. And I think that's an opportunity for Cooper and Mac to hear directly from members of this committee about what that experience has been like. And so I think that is powerful.
I wanna state, so we don't set it up like I have less power than Cooper or anything like that.
Oh, I'm talking about the content of the
Right.
letter.
And I'm gonna explain. Cooper and Mac work specifically with planning and projects, and it's really their area. But it's sort of like, to your point, social equity is also embedded in everything that we do at ODOT. But I do think having your voices heard by something that you should take advantage of, especially Cooper and Mac.
I think an interesting phenomenon some of the folks around this table have been dealing with is being invited to sit around more tables at the same time they're struggling with not feeling heard around all the tables that they're at.
So that is something I will have to ask more questions about. This is a disadvantage of me not living in the Portland community, to know who the power holders are that are around the tables. So that this is something, and Karen, maybe you have some thoughts about structure, because it's really the people that volunteer, just like you all, you all recruit and other committees recruit as well. And it's like, who are they recruiting? We are, from the Office of Social Equity, coming out with guidelines for committees around how they recruit, to try to bring equity into the process and more diversity so that it doesn't feel so unbalanced when it comes to power. So I know that's happening, but again, things are kind of slow to implement and infiltrate the whole agency. I feel like I just keep saying we're working on it, but I promise we are working on it. Yeah.
So I think some of the historic background is Mac Lynn's predecessor was Karen Rowe. And so Emma was on the original chartering committee with another person related to the mobility advisory committees. The stakeholder forums sort of not really a reset, whatever it was after the Secretary of State audit. And so I've been working with my peer, who is Karen, to try to highlight and raise certain issues that have been raised by this committee and that I had heard. And there's been ongoing conversations between myself and David Kim, myself and Matt Lynn, and then Cooper is the administrator that's over both Mac and myself. So we're now having conversations internally as it's getting more attention. So Cooper, Erica, Mac, and David, myself, others, Susan, are now in these conversations. So as slow and painful, I think I can say, as it has been, the whole we're working on it thing, we're still working on it. So the reason I am optimistic is because it is now getting the attention of more than one assistant director, as well as the director, which is evidenced by the response letter that this committee received. So maybe that's too much of an explanation of why I'm sitting here with my steam coming out of my ears, because it is frustrating. I know for this staff team, and I know it's probably significantly more frustrating for you all than it is for us, but.
Wait, I'm sorry, what's frustrating? I'm not following.
So we'll
So many things. I'm working on this to get a meeting with execs. Some of the comments and the concerns that OBPAC has had about mobility advisory committee and the places where bike ped policy are reviewed and considered, and making sure that
This committee has a meaningful voice in any kind of policy discussion that relates to bike ped policies. So there's conversations that are happening at SIMPAC related to lane widths and some of the designs for lane widths, and making sure that there's representation on those policy conversations and actually understanding the full scope. Now I'm way afield of the places where those policy conversations will happen, so that we get all voices at the table and heard at the table. I am afraid I've muddied the waters instead of clarifying the waters, so I'll stop talking.
Okay. So the overall topic that we're looking at is seeking opportunities for real decision-making. We've had some good discussion on the SIMPAC letter specifically. Any more comments on SIMPAC or more broadly on, seeking opportunities for real decision-making?
Well, how in her letter mentions a couple times all of the I-205 stuff, and a lot of how and I kind of together experienced a few incidents where having to do with our work on that project. And I noticed a really kind of harmful practice that ODOT employs that I've since noticed crop up in other areas where, and I alluded to this in my comments earlier at the beginning of the meeting, where it's hard to have that constructive conversation without staff taking things personally, or at least using the perception of being personally attacked as kind of an excuse to engage in gaslighting with the committee member. So, and I see this happen with local agency folks too, trying to get information from ODOT or trying to collaborate on projects. And there's a certain pattern I've noticed where somewhere at Region 1 or at maybe the whole agency, there's this message is being sent that it's okay to call someone's manager and complain about the person's behavior, about whether it's the committee member or the local agency person. I've seen ODOT people basically, if they disagree or if they feel like they're being attacked or if they disagree with the points that are being brought up, they'll go behind the back or go over the head of that person and call that person's manager and claim that that person was being disrespectful. And so they turn it into like a personal issue when it's really it's supposed to be a conversation, a dispassionate conversation about policy. We're supposed to be able to have those conversations because we're all professionals. We're supposed to be able to disagree. But if there's this pattern where ODOT staff are going to like take it personally and claim that they're being personally attacked, then that distracts from the issue. That's a diversion tactic that's meant to just disrupt everything and basically allow the work to go, allow the status quo to continue, because they diverted all the attention toward this kind of perceived physical, or I mean, sorry, not physical, this perceived personal trauma. And it's really disturbing because I don't see any other agencies doing this, and I don't know how this started, but I think it's happening. I think it starts at somewhere at the leadership level, and really what it is, it's a culture here. I think that staff are, I've had other conversations with staff at ODOT where they've talked about, they say things like, now I could get fired if they heard me tell you this right now. Like,
that means they shouldn't be telling you that.
well, it means that they work in a culture where they really do fear for that there's going to be some kind of discipline or some kind of repercussions. And that's just really unhealthy. I mean, the place where I work does not operate like that, like. People don't go around. You know, calling each other's managers.
So let's talk about that. Did you know anything about this? Have you heard this before?
If Robert's talking about what I think he's talking about, it was a few years ago and,
Well, there's one where I was.
but I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's one where I was personally involved, but there's ones where, that I've heard about since where I've heard secondhand, and I don't want to share someone else's story with permission. But
Absolutely,
but
and we should.
it really mirrored or echoed the experience that I had.
Okay,
I think what I would say as administrator responsible for this committee, I sure would hope. I have not done that. I sure hope none of my staff have done that. And I'm terribly sorry that that's your experience coming from an ODOT person. So
I would like to learn more about your experience. And because this concerns me greatly, it should not be something that is happening. If I am correct, serving on this committee has nothing to do with day jobs. Is that correct?
Well, that was my understanding, but.
So that should not be happening. That should not be
It
happening.
was several years ago.
Like several before the new director or since?
Before the new director, but not long before, but I mean, the Region 1 folks are the same.
Okay.
But my experience was not isolated. I mean, the other experiences I've heard from colleagues of mine in other agencies are much more recent.
Okay, and it's strictly Region 1 that you're hearing about this?
Well, my experience was, it involved DOJ as well, so it was kind of statewide, but specifically what I'm hearing about is more Region 1.
Okay. Consider that taken care of. That should not be happening. I'm sorry that happened. But that should not be happening. And if and when you ever feel like something like that is happening, that is when you reach out to Karen, and Karen will either handle it or take it to someone that can handle it. Please do not allow
and if you do not
that to happen.
calling me,
Call me,
Erica.
please call me.
So I hope you feel comfortable making me your first call, but if you don't, Erica's available too.
And Erica will gladly take care of it. That should not be happening, and I'm disappointed and I'm sorry that happened to you.
Yeah, when it happened most recently to a colleague of mine at a third-party agency, I just saw how disheartening it was for this person. It was like all of the passion that they had for this work that they were doing just kind of evaporated. Or it was like the air being let out of the balloon.
I can imagine.
Yeah,
Right.
it felt like the rug was pulled out from under them.
Okay. Wow. Again, I'm sorry. That's really, and trust me when I say conversations will be had about this. That should not be happening.
I think the part I didn't touch on, that should be implicit, but a manager or a leader at a local agency really feels a lot of pressure to be in ODOT's good graces. That's where the power part of it comes in. And so if someone from ODOT is telling a director at a city that such and such employee is being disrespectful to our staff, then that leader at that city is going to feel obligated to take ODOT's side, because there's a really important power dynamic between ODOT and the city.
City of Portland or any city?
No, I work at Metro, so there's 24 cities within my jurisdiction. It's almost the same jurisdiction as Region 1. Region 1's a little bit bigger, but we all, for the most part, work with the same cities. Lots of cities. I think with City of Portland, I think since they're so big, I think that there's a little bit more parity in that power dynamic.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't,
Yeah, but with these, I mean, most of these cities are like 20,000 people. So there is a disparity in the power dynamic for sure.
for the sake of time, we're gonna go, how many more minutes do we have?
They're at time right
We're
now.
at-
I think there's a lot of great conversation we had, so I want to take you up on your offer to come back and
Please.
continue conversation. And I
Please.
also think that, some direct outreach to you to have site
Yes.
conversations to help you get some more of the context that we've been operating in can be really helpful.
Mhm.
You can help us and we can help you and
Absolutely.
move things forward.
Right. I really want to do that, so please do. And please know, my door is always open. Karen, Kaz can share my information and contact me if there are problems that you don't feel comfortable going straight to the staff about. Or if there are conversations that you feel that are that sensitive information, but you still want something done about it, feel free to contact me. I am available.
I think one of the challenges that we've had with like Howe's letter and trying to unpack that to figure out what are the things that are within our controls to address, what are things that are maybe ODOT writ large, and how do we get at that? And I think, Emma, the idea I heard you expressing around having some committee members being able to have one-on-one conversations with Erica, I think is extremely valuable because, there's a little bit or a lot for many of us to do to improve.
I would love to set up those one-on-ones, especially before I come back again. I'd like to have those and have some conversations on the ODOT side and hopefully have some solutions when I come back to this table.
We can provide the contact information for committee members too.
Great, awesome. Thank you all for having me. I really appreciate it. And just know, like I said, I'm sorry for the experiences that haven't been positive. And I hope that you can believe that change is happening at ODOT and will continue to happen.
Thank you so much.
You have any business cards? I'm a business card person, but ODOT hasn't given me any.
I work on getting some business cards. Do we even get business cards?
I know, so old fashioned.
Eventually, okay.
I will make sure you all get Erica's contact information.
No, it's not true. Just tell me that.
Give you like a key card. I'll print it out.
Emma, are we on break? We are. So if you need to use the restroom, I know I do. Let's say until 45 past, we'll reconvene.
And I need your
Just turn your camera.
It's actually like.
I told myself I wasn't gonna share that. And it came out.
Whose bike is this?
I mean, I just found it's, I don't know what. Productive that I shared all that, so it's like. Essentially. Mia, you got that thumb drive?
These two categories.
He and I are ready.
Well, I have to determine where I stand once I see them. Are they like big? Could you knock them over?
No, they have like 6 wheels.
Okay, they're legit. Yeah.
Block the curb when they stop. I do have the gavel.
Double.
Hope it's not too loud. Yeah, it's, I'm like, there's some. Yes. Your camera's on.
Whoa, okay.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. So I was reflecting over break. We are scheduled to move on to our work plan update and priorities. We're currently 10 minutes into that item according to the agenda. We have just kind of started to get into Howe's letter. I feel like we're bringing up really rich discussion that made the work plan. We could either go forward and just pivot to work plan, or Erica has offered to do another 20 minutes, so we could just put a time cap and kind of continue the discussion. I think reflecting on some of the other items may inform kind of how we approach the work plan, or we just jump. So if you're in favor of another 20 minutes on the equity discussion, continuing to look at the different points in Howe's letter and anything else we have on our mind, I'm gonna ask for your hands a minute. For that, it will be number 1. And then if you want to move forward to the work plan now, you can ask for a 2. So put up your preference. 1, if you want to continue the discussion. 2, if you want to move on to work plan now. And we can continue discussions at future meetings too, but.
And I will not be offended.
Ooh. Okay, and Lauren, I can't see your fingers. What are you saying? Because we're it's tight around the table, I think. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm good with either. I mean, if people.
Okay. Fingers again, because that did not help break a potential tie.
Well, let's see, then I'm more in favor of the work plan, but I know this other thing is really important, so.
I think I'm seeing leaning towards moving on with the work plan. So we're going to keep moving forward according to agenda, and know that we have the action item of some one-on-one meetings. We'll continue to schedule time on our agenda for further discussion as well. And we can kind of look at the points. I'll just read out briefly the 4 points so that we can have these on our mind as we transition to the work plan. So 1, seek opportunities for real decision-making. 2, decisions impacting biking and walking in Oregon should not be done without input from OBPAC. 3, ask ODOT to separate their bureaucracy from OBPAC's work. And 4, help to recognize and dismantle harmful oppressive practices and policies.
I'm just worried that I dominated all the time. I apologize for that, but I worry that other people might have had things they wanted to discuss, but.
Also, I do just want to quickly make a comment that take this however you want, but 2 people of color on this work group wanted to continue the equity conversation. So I think that's something that I'd like to acknowledge that for this room. So.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It's not, we'll continue as we need to, but I just want to go on the record stating that.
I appreciate that. And I'm also thinking about how, Robert, this is your last meeting. So I'm really glad that you were speaking up about things, because your voice is not going to be part of the continuing conversation at the future meetings. I think with the will of the group, we'll move forward, but I really want to continue those threads in informing the work program. So whatever comments we were maybe thinking about bringing up, if those are relevant, which we're about to talk about all of our work, so it should be relevant, please bring that into this next agenda item. And thank you for noting that. So we're transitioning on, and Erica, feel free to listen and context gathering. I really appreciate that you're here and guiding us through conversation, creating space to go places we haven't been discussing as much, especially in the virtual setting. I don't think it's as conducive to some of these conversations. So I'm really glad that we're here having the conversations. We will now pivot to the 2022-24 work plan updates and priorities. Start with a review of the OBPAC accomplishments to kind of ground in some of the things that we have been able to accomplish. The other elements of this are discussing OBPAC's role. So how and where can OBPAC have the greatest positive impact? Clarifying what the committee can and cannot do regarding legislation. We have some text in our materials today helping clarify that.
I'm sorry, if it pleases you, could we take another short break before we get launched into the next item? Thank you. Take 5 minutes.
We always are like going down this track, which is incredibly important. Doing,
There's a.
but I feel like we've lost like a year.
Like we have the map.
This subject in particular, and it's so important to what we're doing, that it is
And
like a stool, right? You know, if we lose one of the legs, then you're not gonna get anywhere.
Wow.
And it is
Important that we set it up, but at the same time, it's just like not
Okay, I think I've heard of it.
not becoming
It's
a
like. It's like
it could be so that we can focus on our bike stuff.
I agree. It seems like it like I actually.
Okay.
like 3 times.
And you can, okay. Pass it and do.
But it's just like one.
For mountain biking.
I go to McDonald's.
But I feel like,
We until we say the largest classroom at OSU.
and it's.
Oh, they do a lot of their labs and stuff out there.
I don't know, I do disagree, I just,
But the,
so what are you,
the Mac 50, like.
what are you wanting?
Like.
You're wanting to,
I'm wanting
because
to,
you're kind of saying you want it, you characterize it as a leg of the stool, which means it's integral,
it's integral.
but then like you're saying that it's taking.
Really like significant amount of people are like, oh, yeah, like it's.
Yeah. That's what we just voted on. Do we want to spend more time on it? Do we want to move on?
I was a speed of elevation.
Yeah.
And like.
We're going to spend more time on it.
It's just.
Are you gonna do it? Are you signed? What?
Right now.
I keep wanting to, the reason, this is probably what I'm talking to, because I'm like, particularly curious.
You got it.
I can usually do up in the, like,
We can
fall
just-
winter, especially like,
I
I
would
would
like to.
do everything, I can do
Not
like
at this
15 miles or so pretty easily, and so I'm like, well, look. jump.
Welcome back, everyone.
Dabble.
I'm not sure if I saw everyone's fingers correctly, so I'm gonna ask for a raise of hands and we'll do 1 being continue the conversation. And we'll say, 10 to 15 minutes. It doesn't need to be a whole lot, but maybe wrap up some things that we were discussing to move on to the work plan now.
And we can change our mind.
You can change your mind. I just want to make sure that I clearly see it, because down a table with fingers, I did not see it very clearly, and I'm not sure that I got an accurate representation of where the committee is at.
And this is, I'm sorry to be a process stickler, current confirmed committee members or committee members plus about to be confirmed committee members.
I don't have to-
I'm not trying to be
That I think I probably am.
I would welcome Beth's input, given that it's not a vote on an official action. This is trying to figure out what we discuss, and you were here and we value your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, technically, the bylaws say that votes are only for recommendations to ODOT.
That's the process question, not a vote on a formal action.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
So those in favor of 10 to 15 minutes discussion on continued discussion, please raise your hand now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wow. Okay. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And Lauren is still ambivalent, or does she have a preference?
Lauren, do you have an opinion?
I'm still okay with either.
Great. Thanks for your flexibility, Lauren.
Of course.
Biggest roundest table next time.
And those in favor of moving forward with the work plan, I'm assuming it's those who were not moving forward. You might also have an abstain. Thank you, Bill. Okay, so we have a clear majority to continue the conversation, and I really appreciate the support to help me facilitate better and see where we're at as a committee. Thank you.
Would you like me to put things back up?
Yes, please. Put a letter back up.
Oh, thank you, Erica, for your flexibility. We would love to continue this conversation with you as a community.
I feel important.
Welcome back.
Oh, thank you.
You're
But
good.
this topic is really important, so. Okay, let's start and also to Robert's earlier point. Robert, I appreciate this is your last meeting and you probably have a lot that you want to contribute. I do want to follow up with you one-on-one. So with that in mind,
Can give space.
we can give space. Right, okay.
Gotcha.
Thank you. So decisions impacting biking and walking in Oregon should not be done without input from OBPAC. I do believe that was addressed in the letter from Director Strickler, but what thoughts do you have around that?
I personally, at this point, I volunteered for OBPAC. And right now I have so many committees that I'm going to get our voice heard that I am being stretched very thin.
Okay.
And I need ODOT as an institution to be putting what we're talking about at this table out in the forefront instead of being like, no, this other group has a lot more money and a lot more power, and they're making their lives built on this road. And therefore we're going to bypass whatever has been said in the bud and the other things. And that is more important than what is coming out of OBPAC. And so whatever happens here in OBPAC, it needs to go forth without us sitting on 10,000 committees
Agreed.
to make sure that our voice is being heard.
I agree. Jessica or Karen, do you, any of you, as far as the staff that are here regularly in the meetings, taking notes and reporting back, do you have any process?
We have abundant processes to share feedback out, to participate on committees. But similar to what this committee experiences, we as staff experience the same things in terms of representation within the committee. If you look at regions have one active transportation liaison, one regional transit coordinator, one freight rep. I think I've covered the major non-SOB modes. And so part of what our ongoing conversations have been with region and HQ and delivery and operations is how do we collectively all get smarter about the subject matter expertise so that those who are disproportionately impacted are who have smaller overall choices in the political realm, don't have to run everywhere and be everything and say everything. How can we collectively, ODOT as an agency, do better? And that's been part of the conversation, but a voice that can use amplification.
One of the learnings I had from House Letter and from just chatting with her after she stepped down was how many committees how many things folks on this committee have been asked to participate in that I'm not even aware of as the committee staffer, because other ODOT staff reach out directly to them. So like, I really need to just sit down with each of you and get a tally of what are all the other things that you're working on, because sometimes I'm not even aware of them. And it is a really different phenomenon with this committee too, because this is a passionate citizen advisory group for the most part. Mavis is a business owner, but folks who are citizen advisors that are often getting invited to committees where they're sitting down with electeds and industry representatives and folks who have staff and lobbyists. So it's an interesting dynamic.
So I'm gonna ask a tough question. It will feel tough to the staff that are here, and my apologies in advance. But do you, as the OBPAC committee, have confidence that your thoughts are getting back to agency leaders?
Do we need to leave so you can have an honest conversation?
Would that help
Yeah.
if they left the room? Okay.
I'm doing that.
Meeting being recorded also, so it kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah, I didn't follow the meeting. We don't have to deal with the awkward.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I haven't been on long enough, so I could not.
Okay. So do you have I want to be conscious of time too. Do you have confidence that your thoughts are being shared with agency leaders?
I have confidence that the people that are here right now are hearing what we are saying.
Okay.
Whether they are being listened to or not, I do not know.
Okay.
I almost thought the question was for them and how they're received throughout the.
Yeah.
I know how they feel. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad that you have confidence in them because I do. But know now that I'm involved that, the level of leadership is the director and then the assistant directors. So I will be taking this feedback back if there is something that is said in these meetings, and I'll try to make it a priority to listen to the meetings and be on Zoom going forward so that I'm aware of issues that are important to you all as well. But send me an email, raise them. But I have complete confidence in the staff. Yes.
I mean, listening to this conversation, you guys don't know me, but I've been studying bicyclist pedestrian issues in society for many years, and we are a Band-Aid. Oh, what does Bike Ped think? In society, most people don't ride bikes or walk in public places, and that mindset needs to have a little transition because we have problems. We have safety problems with people dying and getting injured and in fear of dying and being injured, so they don't ride. And that's an equity issue because a lot of people don't have money for cars, etc. Okay, so it feels to me that ODOT has made strides over the years. Believe me, I've been in Oregon since '88. But there needs to be, I don't know what the solution is, but what makes me have my opinions is many years of studying this. There are some websites and groups that are putting out information all the time on what other cities are doing, what other countries are doing, how something to change the average Oregonian's mind about prioritizing this. needs to happen. These guys, we are all dealing with, oh, let's build this, and then what does Bike Ped think? Oh, let's get their input.
You don't want to be an afterthought.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Tired of being an afterthought and being the squeaky wheel and being the complainer. And why can't we have that? Why are they taking away a lane? Why are, you know, I could go on and on.
Okay, so can you ask them to come back?
Honored. I'm gonna say something too. I'm new on this committee, but yeah, I certainly don't have much confidence that we're being listened to, and sort of swept under the rug probably. I mean, they hear us, but they don't give a damn, so. We've worked with ODOT a lot, and I've been on the Clackamas County committee for a long time, and you know, particularly with the 205 project, that's right in that early on. It's really discouraging to try to talk about that because we're basically second-class citizens, you know.
I hope to change that. Again, it's a very large institution, but I hope to change that. No one should feel that way.
Yeah, well, thanks.
I'm gonna do my best. And what I hope to do, so I want to meet with each of you one-on-one and work with the leadership at ODOT to try to bring back some solutions as assurances to some of the things that we talked about today and some of the concerns that have been shared with me. And then anything that's also shared in the one-on-one meetings that we have. Okay. So ask ODOT to separate their bureaucracy from OBPAC's work. We are a government, no. No. And just so you know, there is confidence in you all, but not confidence that ODOT is listening. Okay.
Yeah.
So ODOT is a government organization. There is bureaucracy. So how do you propose we do so? Okay, so I see here, stop silencing the voice of the committee, okay? And really, what I've heard, that's what I've heard since we've been discussing this letter in one way or another, is you all don't feel heard. You don't want to be an afterthought. You want to be involved throughout the process, right? And invited into spaces instead of feeling like you have to show up and represent.
Fix that a little bit, not us, bike and pet issues. I want that to be the forefront of some industry leader who's a member of another committee.
I see. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. And that's something I can work on with training and development of the other committees. So yeah, that's something I can work on. Okay. Help to recognize and dismantle harmful, oppressive practices and policies. We've talked about some harmful practices already. And what I would like to do is, if you know of others that are specific, please engage me in the one-on-one time that we have together, because I'll need details in order to address specific instances. And I don't want that discussed in a public meeting. But are there other things that are impactful to the public that are being harmful, that are harmful other than what we've already talked about, which are big issues?
I think there's a huge stigma against people that walk and bike. Like, I choose to walk and bike. Yeah, I can drive a car. But there's a lot of people that there are limiting factors, you know, that whole 8 to 80 thing. ODOT and being car centric does not address 8 to 80. There's a lot of people that do not fall within that realm. And I think the policies need to recognize that. That's where equity, I feel, comes into this so hard, is that walking and biking is kind of the catch-all for all the people that aren't within that healthy enough, the mindset to whatever, to drive a car, you know, and so we're the catch-all. And we get a lot of flack because, well, like my Dewey guys, people love my Dewey guys. They're the guys that can't drive, you know, they lost their license, they go the wrong way, they don't wear a helmet, you name it. They're awful cyclists, but they're worse drivers. So that is a policy and a practice that needs to be flipped, because when you see somebody riding a bike or walking, it shouldn't be like, oh, what's wrong with that person? It should be like, yeah, and that needs to be changed.
I'd like to create space before wrapping up this item for anyone who hasn't spoken up yet. Love to hear any thoughts you have.
I just kind of echo what we've already been saying. I keep thinking of your presentation, that equity lens that you were talking about. Similarly, I feel like they should be like a, biped lens, just because, it doesn't make sense for us to have an equity chair or like an equity representative on the committee, right? It should be something that we're always keeping in mind,
Right.
in everything we do. So I feel like that should be something else, that just be like another useful, like another training, just so like all the other committees that advise ODOT also kind of look at that and always consider it, not just us being at the table, but them just considering it when they're making decisions.
I think that's an easy fix. It won't be an instant change, of course. When I do a training, nobody's mind is gonna be just like instantly changed. But I do think it will have an impact. And sorry, Karen, but I can hold.
It's an easy chain, I'm just.
I can,
Super so.
well, that's okay.
Make it happen. Oh, you'll be my hero forever.
Remember you said that.
Okay. Shirt's printed right now.
Okay.
We're getting her at Kate.
But I do think that, and it may take more than one visit to other committees too, and maybe this is just something that will become a part of my portfolio, is engaging with committees and training committees and embedding equity into everything that all the committees at ODOT does. Yes.
Lauren has a comment.
Okay.
Lauren.
When we were doing the outreach, I had that written down. I still can't remember what it stands for.
Area Commissions on Transportation.
Thank you. Each one of those acts, well, not everyone, I guess it depends on what's in their bylaws or whatever, but many of them have a bike ped representative on their committee. And I would say the majority of them had somebody on there just to fill the seat, not because they thought that person was going to have any impact or do anything. So it goes way beyond our committee. We are now looking into reaching out to those at the city and county level, which I know is on our agenda as well. And I'm not going to be surprised if they feel the same way, even though the whole committee is bike ped. So yeah, I mean, we can start here with us or ODOT at the top, but I think the whole issue will filter all the way down.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Again, we will be in touch about setting up the one-on-ones, and I look forward to talking to each of you individually. You're welcome. Hope the rest of the day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a safe drive back to bed.
Thank you.
Thanks, Erica.
Thanks, committee. I feel like we've got some really clear takeaways. This common theme of feeling dismissed, unheard, bike ped kind of being an afterthought, and how can we shift it to the vision we hold of it permeating everything, which I think is a beautiful transition to our work program, and where can we influence change and make that vision a reality. With that, Kaz and Robin,
gonna come up and help us with this next item. Or you, great. Robin helped with prep, so I want to also acknowledge your contribution.
Do we have a presentation?
And let's see.
Sure.
We are.
This way.
Jessica, can you let me know when it's 3:45, please? Just
I will do that.
back at that point. Thank you.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you all for having me. This was the plan. It is now no longer the plan. So I think the easiest way to move us along would be to skip reviewing the achievements. You've all received that information. It will feed into the conversation, but I was going to go through it in a bit more detail. I will give a very brief legislative role. I know that's later on in the agenda, but it also tees up the conversation. So lots of achievements. Unfortunately, won't be able to look at any of them in any detail. So we've been having some conversations about the precise nature of OBPAC's legislative role. Now, from the legislation and the mandate given through the governor, this is ODOT's understanding of what the role of OBPAC should be. So first and foremost, it is advisory to the Oregon Transportation Commission and to ODOT as well. Some of the questions that Emma had, which I think are reflective of questions that have come up over the last year or so in the committee. Can OBPAC send letters supporting or advocating for or against legislative concepts to the OTC, legislators of the governor's office? The answer to that is, can advise the governor's office and the OTC with legislators. It's only if the governor's office has agreed that ODOT should take a position on a particular piece of legislation. So in that sense, you are part of ODOT rather than a separate entity. Can you convene folks or act as a messenger? Generally speaking, the preference is to go through staff simply because that gives us the opportunity to raise it further up the chain and then to make sure that the appropriate changes happen, that the appropriate people are spoken to. You may do this as an individual, but when so doing, you should not either directly or by implication state that you're representing OBPAC. And finally, what kind of work can you do in an individual capacity? You are all private citizens. You have the opportunity to engage legislators in any forum as private citizens. But again, any implication that you're doing so as a representative of this committee or using your membership on this committee to try and give extra weight to what you're saying becomes problematic. So with that in mind, I'm going to move on to the next slide. And this is really the meat of the discussion. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. I just had a quick question. I don't have any examples to cite, but I just feel like I've heard others say that there are instances where other advisory committees are not operating by those same rules, either because the statute that governs their committee is different than ours, or because they're kind of flouting the rules. But I don't really have any firsthand knowledge of that. That's more just like hearsay, but do you have any insight into that?
I think, so the first thing that you said is that not every advisory committee is mandated in the same way. And so we're taking a close reading of the statute, which I'm sure Jessica can cite. The ORS number of, but I can't. Okay, I'm not sure the Jessica can cite. It was really unkind of me to put her on the spot there.
I can
but-
actually read the whole thing, but I can't.
So that's part of it. As far as other committees flouting the rules go, obviously we don't have control over other folks' behavior, but generally speaking, I think it's advisable to stick within your mandate, because then anything you do that might be considered outside your mandate makes the entire policy push that you're doing problematic. So you don't want to, I guess, taint the advocacy that you're engaging in by inadvertently crossing a line, or perhaps in some cases, unscrupulous people might be doing so deliberately on other advisory committees. But in so doing, the first impact that you have is whatever you're asking for gets tainted by that. And so I think the key thing is that as an advisory to the OTC and to the governor, those are the main channels those are the channels through which this committee should be seeking to influence policy and influence decision-making within the state as a whole.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Jessica's got.
Oh, just one thing, there are some committees that are ODOT advisory committees, but in the statute or the charge that created them, like the Motorcycle Safety Advisory Committee, it has in its creation document advise ODOT and the legislature on their particular topic.
Okay. Cool. Well, this is really helpful, and I always find it comforting to just kind of know what the expectations are and have that defined for us. So that's what you're doing right now, which I appreciate. Would you mind going back to that slide?
And this is in our folder as well. So it's ORS 366.112.
So the first one and the second one, I'm just playing out in my head a real world scenario. Like when you read the first one, I'm like, oh, so we advise the governor's office and the OTC. And so I was thinking about the recent nomination of the new OTC member by the governor. And there was that community action around that. So I'm thinking, is that something that ODOT would actually be, or not, sorry, is that something that OBPAC would actually be involved in, since it would be advisory to the governor? But then I'm reading the second one and it's basically saying, no, don't do that. So in what would be an example of a time when we would advise the governor's office or OTC, because
So, I mean, one example would be the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act consultation, where there was a decision before the OTC. And OBPAC wrote a letter that influenced policy specifically in the area of bike and pedestrian investment. And partially as a result of that, there was an investment made by the commission that was reflective of OBPAC and of other stakeholders as well.
And I'm probably just being dense, but why would we? So in that example, it seems like the second bullet here doesn't apply.
In that example, the second doesn't apply. But if there was
how would I know that the second is not supposed to apply?
Because the legislature, because it's not a legislative decision that was being made in the case of the OTC. So the legislature was not part of that decision-making process. But if it's a legislative decision-making process,
this is saying to any of the above, meaning legislature, governor's office, and OTC.
Can OBPAC send letters supporting for advocating against legislative concepts to the OTC, legislators, or the governor? It can advise the governor's office and the OTC. And it can do so via a letter, for example. With the legislature, and Karen may have stepped out actually. But it can't advise the legislature unless it has previously gone to the governor's office with a particular issue. The governor's office has said we are or are not taking a position.
I think I'm clear on the legislature piece. The place where I'm seeing a gray area that I'm looking for clarification on is the governor's office and OTC piece. So is the second bullet saying that that we may advise the governor's office and OTC, except in conveying the concerns of community and advocacy groups.
It's not saying that, it's saying that it would be preferable to go through stuff. So you could choose to do so as OBPAC.
Can I give my really simple interpretation and you can tell me if it's right or wrong, Kaz? You can write OTC or the governor's office a letter as a committee whenever you want on whatever topic you want that's related to your charge. If you're going to go through the effort of doing a big outreach thing like what you've been doing with coordinating with the ACTs or what the next step of coordinating with the Bike Ped Advisory Committee, it'd be really great if you let staff know about that and work with us on it.
Okay. Yeah, I think that sorry, I wasn't clear where you were. You could see.
I wasn't clear either, and I think we got there. So thanks for bearing with me.
So
thanks.
We do not have a huge amount of time. And I don't think we're going to be able to dive into the work planning itself in any real detail. But I think one of the things that the things that we need to think about as we're engaging in the work planning process, and perhaps we can have some high level discussions here, given the time limitations, is looking back over the past year or a couple of years worth of work. Where do you as a committee feel you've had the most success? And so that's my first question that I'm going to roundtable in a moment. And then the second element of that, you may choose to answer this in the same sort of moment, is where was the impact less than you had hoped when you embarked on a lobbying or a stakeholder engagement exercise? So I'd like to go around the table, and I know there are new members here. But I think I'd like to ask each of you where you feel there's been the greatest success. Obviously, with the new members having the chance to sit back, but you may well have been watching the committee or have seen some of the work we've done. So I'm going to start with you, Mavis.
Oh.
And go around the table.
Positives, I have seen more money into like Safe Routes School, and a few other of those things. Where I think the focus has been great. The bud and there's just been a lot of movement in terms of urban design, in terms of environmental thought process, things like that. I think the momentum is good. I am looking at your thing. I'm hoping that those things that I'm kind of seeing as a positive are not short-term, that they proceed into the long term and are adopted with they're supposed to be in policy, but they need to be implemented in policy, not just excited and pretty in policy. So.
And do you feel that there's anything that the committee's kind of bent itself towards that hasn't had the outcome, or you don't feel that the amount of energy put in is equal to the outcome that came out?
Well, back to the equity issue that we've been hammering really hard. I think that there's going to be some great stuff come out of that. I think we have spent a significant amount of time in this roundtable talking about it, and I'm hoping that the gains with that are incredible.
Okay, moving around.
Well, I'm really not on the committee yet, so I'll pass.
Okay.
I feel like personally, I felt like the most work being done distributing funds and picking projects. Of course, there's always more that we could do with more money, but I've been really grateful to be a part of those decision-making processes. And then less impact-wise, one specific example is just like the highway design manual. We were asked to give feedback on that, but it was a very short time period and very dense, right? So I was grateful that they came to us and asked for our thoughts. Wish we could have more time and be a little more involved in those types of decisions with design.
I'll pass.
Pass it over.
Okay.
My experience on 29 years on Capitol Hill, I would tell constituents and constituent groups the focus should be less on selling promoting the policy to the legislators and more on developing a relationship with an identified key group of legislators. And I think this whole paradigm that we're discussing is outside of that framework. Do you see the value of developing relationships over lobbying for a particular issue?
I mean, that's not really for me to say to a committee. I think that given the limitations that the committee acts under, that I would like to focus on where it can go and what it can do. I think that's as far as I'm able to go as a staff member. And it's really for the committee to be setting its priorities within that set of parameters. So is there anything where you feel that there's been success? Or anywhere that you feel where the energy that was put in was not equal to what came out?
I haven't had a great deal of experience at the state level of lobbying for a particular legislative proposal.
Okay, I'll pass it on to Robert.
Thanks. A lot of my time recently has been focused on recruitment, actually, and but it hasn't been a ton of time. So it's been this equation of like effort versus impact, I think, is very much very impactful for the amount of effort. So we've gotten Lauren and Bill and Beth and Andre, who are all fantastic additions to the committee. So that's been really positive. And then Aaron mentioned the grants. That's been really positive. We've been involved in that. I've been involved in that. And that's just been a long time coming. Bike ped grants. I mean, we don't have the TE grants anymore or the enhanced grants, but now we have Oregon Community Paths, and it's something that the local agencies have been clamoring for a long time. So it's been really positive, been really heartening to see that. And then Bill said something that made me realize that we've really failed to develop any kind of relationship with OTC. And I think that prior to my time on the committee, there was more, or I'm told at least, I've heard that there was more of a relationship to those commissioners. I don't know if that's true or not, but it sounds like it is. Yeah, so I'll leave it there. Thanks.
And any areas where you felt there was less of an impact that you would have liked?
Well, that's what I meant about the relationship.
Okay,
it's just that I don't know if it's something that we've put effort into. We've talked about it. And maybe, yeah, I mean, I guess, I think we still have a long ways to go on equity. I guess I'm echoing what Mavis shared.
I was thinking relationships both to OTC because they're key. They hold a lot of power for transportation in the state of Oregon. They're key decision makers on everything from funding through to other policies that are not funding. There was there.
Oh, she's just making sure that we get Lauren next.
Okay, yeah, we'll go to Lauren after this. I think it was good to reach out to the bike ped reps on the area commissions on transportation. That was a success. I think kind of echoing the distributing funds to build bike and ped projects, influencing kind of the distribution of funds, even though it's falling short of where we have policy in the Oregon Bike Ped Plan. We've continued to kind of applaud the efforts when it has moved more in that direction. I think that while it's taken more time and energy than I would have hoped, the involvement in the Mobility Advisory Committee, charter development, getting a bicycle representative and getting a pedestrian representative on that committee that's regularly meeting and reviewing projects
I don't think that a 9-foot wide pedestrian safety island would be installed in Astoria in an upcoming project if we didn't have representatives on that committee right now. So I think that it's less impact than we hope because it's a long game. But I think that there is movement happening with the mobility advisory committee work.
And then
Lauren.
I'm looking at a thumbnail. Is that you, Emma, talking?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm gonna just ditto what you said. I think as far as the least impact, shoot, sorry, I had my mic up. I came in when you guys were already doing some amazing work and some wrapping up some big projects. So I missed some of those, but yes, meeting with the ACT was great. The less impact so far is what we're going to do with that exactly. And so I hope that we have build a strong relationship with everybody in those positions in Oregon so that we can support them, they can support us, we can really make an impact and get some work done. So that's about, I think, all I have to add to that.
All right, well, thank you very much for sharing all of that. The reason I've asked that question is to prime folks for thinking about the goals that we have in the work plan, the extent to which they need to be revised, the extent to which they are actually working for the committee. And so going through the exercise of, yes, this has worked, and this is something we tried that didn't perhaps yield the results we were hoping, I think is productive in that sense. I do have another couple of discussion questions, but bearing in mind the shortened time, just going to ask if any folks have any thoughts on the short versus long term, or the shaping policy versus advising on implementation. And again, it's designed to frame the thinking. We will have to do a lot more work on the work plan later on. So if anyone has any thoughts on either of those, whether, and not exclusively, so not either short term or long term, but where the focus is, bearing in mind that we can't do everything, but we can lean in one direction or the other. So,
On a yes and personally,
yes, and?
I think that I'd like to do work that we can measure the success in the short term and say, look, we're making progress that is building in the direction to shift power in the long term. And so to me, that looks like a lot of relationship building with a vision in mind of we're building these relationships to bring about the future that we envision.
Okay. Yes, and works. And then shaping policy or advising on implementation, which of those do you feel is, again, bearing in mind that you will almost certainly be doing both, which of those is a direction you prefer to lean in?
I'm wondering on that one, is it useful to clarify what's meant by policy?
So, for example,
Not what's in statute, not.
The blueprint for urban design, taking that as an example, coming up with it versus ensuring that the recommendations that are in it are actually implemented by the agency. So where do you feel OBPAC is most useful? Is it in advising on those initial policy documents, or is it in helping folks within the agency and holding the agency accountable to its own policy commitments?
Well, I wish we could just create it and then it would happen, but that doesn't seem.
So I think we probably come to the end of that part of the discussion. Sorry, Laura.
Yeah, always at the end, sorry. I think that was an interesting ask considering the conversation we just had about whether or not ODOT really listens to what we are asking for or takes our input seriously. And I think if it did more beyond us just advising on the IIJA allocations or that kind of thing, that it would really encourage us to do more even. It's hard to do a lot of work and then not get a lot of feedback or, yeah, I guess that would be it. Or it could be way off.
It's 3:45. We have 5 more minutes scheduled for this topic, so I just want to check in and see kind of where we're at.
We are very tight for time indeed.
See, that's kind of interesting with folks' conversation about what they've enjoyed and the short term, these 2 questions, is it kind of seems like there's 2 things that have been working that do the yes and on this with the community paths work and the relationship building outreach with the ACTs and the BPACs, that like network building. That's kind of the short-term implementation and the long-term policy piece. Like, I don't know. It's just clicking together in a very deeply satisfying way. So I thought I'd share.
Appreciate that reflection.
Good observation.
Can I pile on to that a little bit? Just as I was listening and thinking about what folks are saying, it's also the work that the committee's work plan, what you generate and the work that we bring to you and the ways that we engage you and get your input on things. And then there's work that we don't have control over, but we try to influence and write comments on the work. You know, this committee comments around the transportation safety advisory plan and some of those other spaces. So maybe that's part of it too, is where you have more direct ability to make a difference, because it is like the staff that administer your work are able to do things more so for you perhaps.
I think what you're sharing is kind of how I structured our local BPAC when I was staffing it, of here's our work plan. These are the items that the committee is leading on. And those were the substantive work plan items, but then having a section for, we want to be responsive and provide feedback as things become relevant from the agency bringing something forward for our input. So that's one way we could look at our work plan of here's the core of what we as a committee want to own and move forward. And we want to be responsive so that we're not just ignoring some key conversations that are moving forward that we can't know at the end of 2023, what's ODOT going to be working on that we should have a say in.
So maybe it's more around the subject areas, the things, the outcomes that you would like to see happen in the state of Oregon, where those opportunities arise, and then you're able to use that sort of bigger lens as a filter for what kinds of things you want to get involved in or give input on. Yeah, I perhaps have also lost the ability to speak at this point in our program, so.
Okay, we're all like, how do we do this meeting thing again?
This is a challenge. We're in person and we've had some pretty weighty topics.
So I think with the whole 2 minutes that I have left, I will wrap up and I'll leave you with this, which is the key question is, before any work planning process starts, are the 4 focus areas that were agreed on in 2020, which are legislative policy, policy adoption and implementation, expand funding policy programs, and committee organizational health, which really translates to the equity conversation we were having earlier. Are those the 4 focus areas that this committee still feels are critical to its functioning? Do you need to narrow that down further? I would personally caution against expanding it, just because you've already given yourselves a lot of work. And that, I think, is the extent to which, in the 30 seconds I have left, I can really frame that discussion. But I assume we'll be returning to this topic in a little bit more detail.
Thank you, Kaz. I'm sorry to have.
No worries. The previous discussion was very important, and I hope I've at least, opened the possibility for discussion and conversation further down the line.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing the opportunity to kind of open our thinking on our work plan from here are specific areas to how are we building relationships and organizational capacity, and then what content-based things are we doing? And so those are two things to think about. The work that we're kind of leading on as a committee versus what we're weighing in on and responding to, providing feedback that ODOT's moving along. We may want to kind of reformat this to take into account those different dynamics, how we relate to different types of work.
I think that'd be an interesting format from a staff perspective, just how we've been tracking the committee's accomplishments at the end of the year, to be able to look back and say, how much of the stuff that the committee is really passionate about, like what progress do we make on that? And how much stuff are we just really randomly bringing to you? Having a look back at that.
So capturing more than just the work that was in the work plan, but some of the other areas of influence. Another kibble that I want to throw out there is the commission. The commission has a different focus and a different way of operating than they did maybe 3 years ago, in terms of hearing from the modal committees and hearing from the acts. They're operating in a different way with some different, like the strategic action plan and content of that plan is their focus. But I think there's, to the relationship piece that was mentioned earlier, I think there's things that could be done rather than the old way of doing things, which is like the annual report out on the committee's accomplishments, which is probably something we can explore. For example, we facilitated a meeting where Hal and Emma, I can't recall if you were there as well, if it was just with Hal and Commissioner Brown, did like a virtual introduction. It gave, you know, Hal, former chair Howe, an opportunity to talk about OBPAC priorities and issues of concern and so forth to help inform a commissioner on an individual basis. We all can do that. Okay, we're getting thoughts percolating. Good. Going to move us along to committee business, since we do have a number of things to take care of on that. Thank you so much, Kaz. And this is work of the committee. We're starting to think about stuff, but they have time in between meetings to continue to think. So the first item for this is legislative calendar, and we already reviewed the OBPAC legislative role. It is linked in the agenda, the content that Kaz just walked us through on what is our role, getting clear on that. We can write letters directly to OTC and the governor's office. I think that's something that we've done some of, but we could be doing more of. Any update on kind of legislative calendar, where we're at in time and space, and what we need to be thinking about in the coming months/year? So we've just finished September, is that the month it is? September legislative days. I participated as part of the agency's presentation to the Joint Committee on Transportation, and happy to share out those segment of slides that I presented on and gave an update on the innovative mobility program that we're standing up, highlighting the key learnings from the engagement work that we've been doing so far, and just a little bit about the process and the schedule ahead. And then I also gave an update to the committee on the Safe Routes to School program, and mentioning some of the successes as well as some of the challenges. You all probably recall that the commission approved, the Safe Routes to School Advisory Committee asked ODOT to have a legislative concept around expanding the perimeter of what could be an eligible project area. So for Safe Routes to School, from 1 mile going to 2 miles, also putting high schools on equal footing with non-high schools. I'm just losing my words, people. Yes, K through 8. And then we're also looking at some language that would give the commission the authority to further reduce the local match under certain set of circumstances. So that's based on research and data that committee and staff have found related to how that impacts program access from particularly communities of high social disparity. So that legislative language will be drafted, and that's one that ODOT will be putting forward during session. And so we'll see that coming. I think the big thing that all eyes are on right now is really who's going to be sitting in the governor's office, who's going to be the Senate president, House Speaker, and what does that 30% turnover in the legislature look like? And what does that Joint Committee on Transportation look like? Because that's the policy committee. And then we also, it's a budget year, 2023, ODOT's budget is up for review and so forth. So I think those are some of the main things that are on the horizon. In terms of what this division is doing, is we're working on making sure that we have a fact sheet that talks about the programs that we have, the outcomes we're trying to get to, what we've been doing with the funding that we do have, and probably a little bit about remaining need, and then just preparing so that we are able to respond if there are questions about the programs. If there are questions, if say advocates are to raise issues that causes legislators to have questions, that we are prepared to answer those questions. So some of our work is just trying to anticipate the kinds of topics that partners and advocates, external folks are going to bring to the conversation. Does that get at, Kaz, am I missing anything that I should
Any
highlight?
next steps, deadlines we should be aware of? I think that's the key question.
I don't think there's any other deadlines before the start of the session. I think that but obviously the session starting session. I can't precisely. Yeah, I can't think there's anything that can be done that would.
Next up is policy adoptions, the Mobility Advisory Committee letter that we approved as a committee back in July. I sent that after our last meeting to Director Strickler and included a number of other people. We did get a response after I followed up because a month had passed. I'm like, where are we at? And I'd heard that there were some conversations happening with regards to lane width policy. So I was like, well, if those conversations are happening and one of our specific requests was to be included in those, what's going on? So we did get a response. I forwarded the email to all of you over the weekend. I know it's really short notice. So some of the key highlights are that Nick Meltzer, Bob Junduff, and I will be having an executive meeting with Karen, Macklin, and Cooper Brown. So that's probably going to be the end of the first week of October. The other piece of the letter is that they're proposing an additional meeting with OBPAC reps and the Safety and Mobility Policy Advisory Committee. They noted that all recommendations from the Secretary of State audit have been implemented, which we can, agree or disagree with that. And then SIMPAC, so the Safety and Mobility Policy Advisory Committee, is requesting the addition of a bike and a PED member, as well as the House Bill 2985 relating to membership of advisory committees at ODOT. But that's like the diversity of membership of committees. So I think that we're getting traction in ways that we haven't up until now. But the next kind of key thing is that executive meeting in early October. A few of my initial thoughts kind of leading on this topic is that it would be helpful to know what the process that was referenced in the letter that ODOT is going through to review the effectiveness of the Secretary of State audit changes is, because it says, oh, we're going through this process, we're reviewing and making sure that we're doing a good job. And I don't know what that process consists of. So there's kind of the theme of transparency and ODOT coming up again. Wondering if ODOT agrees with what we asserted in the letter about the map causing delays to certain projects, and if that's a shared concern or not. Wondering if SIMPAC is where the bike ped safety policy discussions are happening, including lane widths and roundabouts. So I think earlier in this meeting, you did say that is where the lane width policy discussion is happening.
I said that's one of the places that it's happening. I don't think that's the only place it will happen, but I don't know that for a fact.
Well, that's helpful to even know that it's happening in that venue. And currently there are not bike and ped reps, but we're being encouraged to establish that representation.
And I think that's one of the things that's identified in the letter is they're basically asking this group to identify who you might want as bike and ped representatives to SIMPAC.
Yeah, so then the next thought that I have that I'll be raising these in the executive meeting is what decision-making authority does SIMPAC have? Is it a real opportunity to affect change? And is it basically worth our time? Is it going to be OBPAC members who would be sitting on there? Do we want to find other people who can represent those interests to serve on there? We want to be strategic and effective and not feel like we're stretched thin, and are we even having an impact? Because that's the common theme we were discussing earlier. So I plan to raise those, and that's the update on that item, which has been a couple years in the making with that realm of work.
One of the things I would friendly suggest to take or leave it, Emma, is that if you have those follow-on questions or if other members have follow-on questions based on the response in the letter, I think it would be useful to get those questions / topics to the group prior to the meeting, because I suspect that, Mac or Cooper may not be able to answer some of those themselves, and it will help them to come to the meeting more prepared to be responsive to your additional questions.
Those are my initial thoughts, but I sent a letter to all of you. If you have other things that you want me to carry forward on behalf of our committee to that meeting or in this work more broadly, please email me. If you can send me a quick email by the end of this week, then I'll definitely have it compiled and ready to go for the meeting the following week.
And I think the main question probably right now, and I think I heard the answer already, is the answer that OBPAC will not be putting for potential members for SIMPAC until you have additional information to know whether it is worth individuals' time to actually participate in that process.
Yeah, I think we want to know, what is that venue? I mean, I see that there in the membership at first glance, there's some construction companies, industry reps who have multiple people from just their one entity. And so sitting around a large table with a couple pedestrian and bicycle representatives, it definitely raises the question of how is this going to affect change or not. But I'm glad there's an invitation at a table that we have not been invited to previously.
Exceptional questions.
The IIJA letter. So Erin and Andre, would you like to lead this since you did a little working group in between, and thank you for your efforts?
Yeah, so I brought forth original draft of the IIJ thank you letter addressed to OTC in July. But there was consensus in the committee that we wanted to kind of just say, great job, but there's more work to be done. So Andre helped me just adding like a couple sentences to that. And then the new letters in the drive, we'll see if we can pull it up maybe. We just changed the language a little bit to, thank you, but there's a for you.
Thank you, and for small one.
Yes, and.
Yeah.
The original letter was so amazing. That's
Thank you for speaking up and making it even better.
teamwork.
I really appreciate your work. I have one edit of splitting a really long sentence into two.
Split it.
sentences.
Split it.
Yeah. I was like, oh, this is a lot to,
Sorry. Yeah.
it's so much to say. It was so good.
Yeah. No.
The passion came through.
Are we approving it now?
Mhm.
You guys are.
Yeah. Has everyone had a chance to see it, or do we need to wait?
Go forward one page, and then there's a link to the drive, I think, right in that blue, the first blue.
The materials up top. Yes.
Down.
Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you.
Got you.
This is a different format browser.
Okay, no worries.
I'm officially 40. I can't do the Google anymore. All right.
Oh,
Oh, wait, this is May.
I was like, this is what they're right.
oh, it might not let you since you're not signed in.
I could just.
Yeah.
I could read it off in the means.
The folder with all the July materials. Oh, you have a fascinating way of doing this. Okay.
I'm gonna start reading it.
New hack.
Dear Commissioners, on behalf of the Oregon Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, we would like to express our gratitude for your commitment to creating a safer transportation network in Oregon through the IIJ funding decision. Oh, brilliant.
The July draft.
Oh, that's a July draft.
The 90 million in funding for public and active transportation shows a commitment to expanding safe, equitable, and sustainable transportation options for Oregonians. That's where I recommend the sentence ends. However, even the historic levels in investment for public and active transportation were still overshadowed by the final allocation decision that followed the historic trend of disproportionate investment into auto-centric infrastructure. Our hope is that as future funding opportunities arise, you will take those opportunities to establish yourselves as national leaders, committed to using your influence as a tool to realize a multimodal transportation system that serves the needs of all Oregonians, not just drivers. OBPAC appreciated the broad public engagement that included OBPAC and historically underrepresented communities disproportionately impacted by traffic violence and disinvestment. Outreach showed that there is broad support across our state for investing in public and active transportation, safety for all modes, and addressing the needs of urban arterials. The IIJA investment will help address community needs and make alternatives to driving available to more Oregonians. The additional 30 million in funding for Safe Routes to School will expand the impact of the program that is currently oversubscribed 4-to-1. The 50 million dedicated to the Great Streets program has potential to help address multimodal and safety needs on urban arterials, many of which run through disadvantaged communities that have experienced disinvestment and have the largest opportunity to improve safety outcomes. The 20 million dedicated to the innovative mobility pilot will increase resources available to support addressing the needs for sustainable transportation options in communities that reduce driving alone. OBPAC looks forward to continuing to provide input on how these new programs are set up to provide the most positive impact on vulnerable users. We hope to see programs that increase funding for public and active transportation continue in the future. Meeting climate equity, safety, and multimodal mobility goals will require sustained investment.
Thank you, Emma.
Very nice.
Thank you. Any comments from people not directly involved in drafting, since you had your comments in court?
What did you say? Violence?
Traffic violence.
Violence is a great term. That's what it is. I'd never heard that before. Is that original?
Not original, not original,
They're becoming more and more of a thing.
but very real, right? Yeah.
Amen.
Start using it.
People are angry.
Yeah, it's a good strong term.
Any other discussion or amendments before we move it forward? And
I make a motion that we move it forward as for a couple corrections.
with the one sentence split into two. We've got a motion by Mavis, a second by Bill. All in favor of moving the letter forward, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Aye. Hey, we have Lauren, cool. Any opposed, please speak up now. Okay, motion passes unanimously. We will send that letter off to the commissioners. And maybe our chair gets to do that at the end of this meeting, which is a good segue into, we're almost there. We have one more item before electing our new leadership. So the next item is an update. It's an organizational health and outreach. It was kind of in two places here, but it's the update on the local active transportation / bike ped advisory committee working group report. I think. Karen, are you ready to provide, or does Beth doing that one?
I just want to announce, I put on the Google Drive a draft letter that I composed on Friday, and I feel my input on my own letter is that I don't know if anybody read it, but it's basically, we want to know, we're reaching out to you. We want to know how OBPAC can help you. But I think we need to include examples to get their juices going. And so we don't need to do that here, but we can do it, I guess, on the Google Drive. So,
Is this for the acts?
no.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Do you want to provide the process overview, Erin, that you and then get into the?
Yeah, so we had a outreach work group meeting. We met with the ACTS back in February, was it? And our next steps for outreach were to meet with local BPACs now. So myself, Andre, Beth, and Lauren were charged with kind of putting together a list of the BPACs around the state. So we're kind of working through that. We already have some that Jessica provided back in February. So we're just trying to have a complete list of the active BPACs in the state to get them together. And we're doing some outreach, just letting them know like, hey, we're here. How can we help? So that's kind of the context. And then, so we're actively doing outreach now to the BPACs. And then we're hoping to have that meeting scheduled for early to mid-November.
And I don't know about the timeline. It seems a little ambitious. Since I was looking at it, have all of us I have my active transportation people to mail to. Do we get all that?
Well, Beth, you did a great job sending us out each thing by region, but I'm wondering if maybe our group could reconvene if we need to talk more about what we need to do. But one of the first things that we agreed to, Emma, is to have those listening sessions like we did with the ACT with these smaller groups. So they can come and have their input, and we could put together an agenda, see what they want to do next.
Yeah, so I'm gonna fill in here. So the plan is to send out the letter in an email form and ask them to talk to their people. And then that's why I think we should give them a month, because those meetings are monthly. And then a month later, as for the responses, just as they come in, and then a month or maybe 6 weeks later, we compile the responses, and then we have a conversation. It can be an open Zoom conversation with all the OBPACs. I mean, all the BPACs or regional, but just kind of an open conversation. So that's the game plan.
It's awesome.
Moving forward, like you're the feet on the ground, like walking us forward. Thank you.
It was great because Beth and Andre just jumped in like they're old pros.
And I want to say thank you for doing that. I know at last meeting when you said, okay, I'll attend a work group meeting in between July and September, we did say at this meeting, we'd give you the opportunity to decide whether you want to continue on the work group or if you want to change things up. So how are you feeling now that you've gotten your feet wet? Do you want to continue on the work group?
I am.
Change anything up? How are you doing?
Yeah, we'll move forward. Feels good.
A power team.
Got a team.
Awesome.
I didn't hear from Lauren.
Oh yeah, I'm all there.
Rocking it.
100%.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for that update. If there's things that the rest of the committee can provide, like contributions via email, suggestions, or contacts, like feel free to tap into the rest of the committee, and thank you for really leading on this.
Can just reiterate, if you have any suggestions to put on that letter, please go to the Google Drive. And I need help on figuring out how to let people access it.
All right.
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
But not too much. Fantastic. Next item, one we've all been waiting for. We get to amend our bylaws, the fun stuff about working in bureaucracy. So Erin drafted up the amendment that we talked about at our July meeting of changing from chair and vice chair to having a co-chair structure. And so I don't know if that's accessible or not.
Linked, is it? It says bylaws.
Oh, yeah, that one is linked. All right.
Or is that, those are the original ones? Oh, those are our last update.
All right, can I just grab my laptop and log into the drive?
But basically I changed all the language that said chair and vice chair and changed it to co-chairs. So that's the only changes. Yeah, Jessica, pull it up.
You.
And I made the edits pretty.
Thank you for that. I had one question, given the shift, whether we want to have both co-chairs have to call a subcommittee meeting, or if we want to just put singular co-chair for some of these that you put plural, just to simplify our processes. I think either way could work. I'm just trying to first see like, okay, we get into using this. Is there more process hurdle than we want in the future? I think officers, 2 co-chairs, that makes sense. The regular meetings and the subcommittee meetings are the 2 items where I'm wondering if we want to just list co-chair, if we want both co-chairs to have to say the times and places for our regular meetings and the notice for the subcommittee meetings.
If the co-chairs are going to have equal authority, then you ought to say both.
I'm good with either. I just.
Could you repeat that one?
So it's currently saying that for regular meetings, the committee shall meet regularly at least 4 times a year at times and places fixed by the co-chairs of the committee. The committee may meet at other times upon notice by co-chairs or 3 members. And then for subcommittee meetings, it says subcommittee is established by a co-chair shall meet upon notice by the co-chairs or subcommittee chair. And so it's drafted to have, both people right ownership for that. I don't think it's a problem either way. I'm just kind of trying to think through, are there potential challenges?
We have to be really careful with our numbers. If we have the co-chairs and a few more people, does that like bump us into meeting level?
I believe this is just to set the time of the meeting, not to actually be in attendance and have quorum. Good, what you're thinking, yeah.
My idea was just, I'm guessing the co-chairs just would like check in with each other and like be on the same page. That's why I used the plural for most of them. Except for subcommittees, I just did that, just established by a co-chair. Since it said chairperson, so.
I'm good with it as is. Just wanted to discuss and see if we wanted like this or different, so. Any other discussion on our bylaw amendments?
You could replace the co-chair in subcommittee meetings. Subcommittees established by the committee shall meet upon notice by the co-chairs or the subcommittee chair, since that's how the committee's been effectively creating subcommittees is by a vote, whether they.
I like that. So within section 2, subcommittee meetings, subcommittees would be established by the committee instead of the co-chair.
I think that's a good.
Aligns with our current practices.
Yeah.
Like having our document line. Great. Oh, and there he is. Thank you. Magic. I'd like to entertain a motion on amending our bylaws as.
So move.
Hi, second. Good teamwork. All in favor of the bylaw amendments, please say aye and or raise your hand.
Aye.
Is that a Lauren? I couldn't quite hear.
Yeah.
Lauren says aye.
Thank you. Unanimous approved. And now we get to move on to deciding who gets to fill these positions. So election, we I think have 3 of us interested, but I'm just gonna go around the room one more time since it's been a couple months and people's minds can change. I am interested in co-chair. You're stepping off, so no. Bill? No. Andre? No. Lauren?
No.
Okay. Loudly and clearly. Beth? Aaron?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. You all know, and Mavis.
I would entertain.
So we have Aaron, Mavis. I interested in being co-chairs. Our bylaws now said that we have 2 co-chairs per our elections, and it will serve by when I think of next year. How have we done election? Been a little while.
It's been a while.
I think it was virtual last time.
Last time folks voted in the chat. I believe the last time we had I'm excited because we have enough people interested that we get to vote.
Paper.
I think we just did little scraps of paper.
Does everyone have paper or a napkin?
We have,
There's paper over.
Post-its and.
I can pass you.
Well, can I ask a question real quick? These positions be staggered? Or are they gonna turn over, both of them turn over at the same time?
I'd like to have staggered.
That is a great question, Lauren. Since we haven't had co-chairs up until now, we get to choose. Mavis is voicing support for staggering. I think there's been some overlapping in the past just because of the committee choosing people who there was some overlap, but I think it could be intentionally staggered if we so wish.
Yes, Eric.
I don't know. I'm rescinding my yes since Mavis is interested. So.
We're gonna have an election.
I know. I'm sorry. It's my senior year. I'm taking the FE in the spring. Very busy. But
How about you continue to put your energy into the amazing working group and lead in all the beautiful ways that you lead. And I'm a business.
Can be our leader.
We get to delegate everything.
It's gonna find out.
I'm sorry, Jessica.
Okay, well, that made it very quick. I guess we still need to have a vote to officially approve committee leadership. So the proposal is to have Mavis and myself be co-chairs. Would someone like to move that? Because I feel like it'd be weird to move myself into that.
I move to approve Emma and Mavis as co-chairs.
Second by Bill. Any discussion on the motion, or do you want to hear from us? So what we hope to accomplish during our speech? Okay. All in favor of Mavis and myself being co-chairs of OBPAC until July of next year, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
That is another unanimous vote by the voting members. We have leadership for the next however many months that is. We're just serving Mavis. And you have a vote of approval. I just stole my pen. I was like,
Your time is only 1 year and it begins on July 1st. According to the bylaws.
less than a year. We've got 10 months. It might survive it. Fantastic. The last item for the committee business is bus on shoulder meeting report. And I'm gonna say thank you, Beth, for attending the first meeting of this establishing rules for buses running on shoulders. You want to give us a brief update? And I know that you're looking to pass this off to someone else.
Yes, keep this in mind when I'm speaking, that I would like somebody, if, specifically from Region 1, because that's where we're talking about it. So there's a proposal to allow, when there's a lot of traffic, down to 25 miles per hour on a freeway, that the buses can go on the shoulder. And that sounds like a nightmare to me. There's a pedestrian or bicyclist on the shoulder because they are allowed to be on shoulders in Oregon. But so I brought it up, and they mentioned that bus drivers are used to looking out for bikes and peds. And they also said that it was a lot of industry people, but the transit, the local transit, I don't recall what it's called. They said they're going to have radios between them. So one will say, there's a bicyclist going between here and here, look out, don't go on the shoulder. But they didn't assure us that it was going to be, or me, that it was going to be linked, that necessarily, and that the conversations would happen, or the warnings would happen. It's not baked into the program as of now. And that if another bus company comes in, we're talking only public transit, but if another public transit group comes in, there won't be radio between those transitors. So I'm not feeling real good about it, but I don't even live around here. So I'd really rather put my effort into the other subgroup. That's my report.
Thank you. And the next meeting is this Thursday, the 29th, from 10 a.m. to noon. So I'm gonna hand this off. Is it 2 more meetings total, or you have?
I think they said that. Yeah, maybe 2 or 3.
I think a second and a Bus on Shoulder Rules Advisory Committee.
Yes.
Yeah, I think they only had a total of 3 meetings scheduled.
Yeah, 3 meetings scheduled.
So 2 more meetings, mostly in the Portland metro area.
And I'm also curious what everybody thinks of this. Is this the first you've heard of it?
No, I agree with you. Been hearing about it for a while. The thing is, they've used the fact that bikes and peds are allowed on the shoulder as an excuse to not have to build separate bike ped facilities
Amen.
for projects. So it feels, yeah, it just feels a little disingenuous to say, oh, but buses are also allowed in there. Well, are you gonna allow buses on sidewalks next and the bike lanes on?
Right. I mean, when I came in, I was listening. I'm like, are buses, are pedestrians and bikes allowed on freeways? I didn't even know that was allowed.
Yeah.
And the ODOT rep said, yeah, in fact, meant some of our ODOT employees bike to work that way, and that's their only option.
I mean, if you're gonna allow buses on the shoulder, okay, but then provide actual safe separated spaces for bikes and peds.
That would be a great argument for somebody to make to the group.
When
You can still be on the Rules Advisory Committee, even if you're not on OPAC.
There you go.
It's only got 3, just 3 little meetings. 2 left.
4.
2 left.
When are they though?
Thursday, and then 1 time in the future.
Yeah, during the week, 10 to 12.
I have a council meeting on Thursday. I'm totally booked.
So doesn't C-Tran already allow bikes, buses on the shoulder? That's in Washington.
Yes.
And doesn't that include the interstate bridges?
I think Washington has stuff, and there is this pilot program going on up here, right?
We have a pilot program that's been ongoing since sometime in the spring. I think we actually have it in 2 different areas. Part of the process, you can't be a bus driver in that corridor unless you've been through training and been certified. And there are protocols that are baked in around any kind of, if there's a crash in that area, if there's a bicyclist in that area, in terms of the protocols for how it's communicated. So if you have another public transportation provider, and it is limited to public transportation providers who start to serve in that area, those drivers, any driver who would be in that corridor also has to be certified and take the training. And that agency would have to have all of the protocols in place as well. I know our district staff, our maintenance staff are extremely concerned about the safety of everyone who's using that facility and that shoulder. Sorry, I'm having a hard time seeing the other end of the table. Hi, I see you. Hi, Karen.
I think it's an interesting policy conversation in Oregon from an active transportation perspective, because Washington and Minnesota are 2 of the big states that have bus on shoulder, but they don't have the same rules around people walking and biking on interstate shoulders that we have. So there's just some things that are a little different in implementation in Oregon. And so the 205 bridge has a shared use path down the middle, but some of the other places where they're looking at piloting it now don't have a separated pedestrian bicycle facility. So it's something that Hal was very interested in, and that Robert, you've had some interest in, and is kind of related to bike bill implementation and interpretation a little bit.
Yeah, they're getting down to the rules, down to wordsmithing.
But also, even though bikes are allowed on shoulders, most of the freeways, there is a limited area in the urban area where they're not allowed.
Yes.
So there would not be a conflict there. I think the places I've seen buses on freeways already is in places where bicycles were not allowed anyway.
This will be where they're allowed. They
Yeah.
made it clear to me.
Where is
I
it
don't know
talking about?
exactly, but.
Do we know?
Probably I-205. Bikes and
Probably,
peds
yeah.
aren't allowed, like in between, like in Stafford, bikes and peds are allowed on the shoulder there. Westland, that whole area.
But once it's statute, it'll be statute, right? It'll be rules?
No,
Or
it's not a statute, it's an administrative rules.
Yeah,
We already
oh,
have statutory authority to do it. So this is the rules around, it's kind of that next level of detail around the conditions under which you can.
So it can
do
be,
it.
it's a state.
It state, it
So it could be anywhere.
statewide rule, depending on the specifics of the language that are in the rules in terms of what facilities are specified or not. I don't.
But I'm just
I've
addressing
seen
it, not
draft
geographically
rules. I don't
limited.
have them memorized.
You could go there and say, go for it. But we want that separated path, bike and peds right next to that, right? That's legit.
But it's a little late. I don't think it's gonna happen.
I mean, we're making rules, so let's make a rule.
Yeah, it's one voice.
We've been told that our voice counts.
Can you believe that?
Ready to fight?
No,
Fight?
I live on the side of the state where we don't have any buses, so this is your guys' fight, but
We might.
if you're gonna be making rules, make a rule, throw it out there. I mean, what you guys are bringing up is very legitimate. And this is not a place that I feel like I can have a talking point, because I really do. If we have a bus, I'm really excited about it, because
Is
normally.
there a way we could get a rep who's not one of us?
Yeah.
I want to ask and see if anyone is able and
Because it's sounding like it.
thing within our group, looking at some Portland.
I'm already on Iraq right now, and so, yeah.
Bill, you're up in this area. Do you have any interests?
I have a great deal of interest, but I think I'm having surgery on my knees.
Poor timing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. Doesn't necessarily have to be someone from this area. I think it's,
Yeah, I think the whole I-5 corridor would be pertinent.
Perhaps, since none of us want to go, we formulate a letter to them. I don't want to be the person to do that, but I get the idea of what we're trying to say.
yeah, I could be part of that. A couple of my thoughts are just driving up I-5 today, I saw a bus only on the shoulder, and I'm like, well, if you're doing this in situations where the freeway is essentially becoming a parking lot, does it matter if there's 2 lanes of parked cars or 3 lanes of parked cars? We have like information technology, like changeable signs saying, hey, this lane is now converted, given that there's a standstill, the bus now gets an actual lane out of the 3, 4, or 5 lanes that exist versus going on the shoulder. I wonder about time of day. Like, these are just some of my thoughts that I'd be happy to kind of consolidate comments and put it in writing, but maybe not.
I think they're kind of addressing those situations. I think the bigger point of that potential conflict that's always there of any person can walk on there or bicycle on there and a bus could pull over. But like I started the conversation, their response was bus drivers are used to working around pedestrians and bicyclists who could go into their lane at any time. So, and these are specially trained bus drivers.
Well, that's what I heard. Emma just says that she'd be happy to help. Letter.
Andre?
I do want to get unit or sort of move towards unity on this conversation, because it's from a multimodal perspective. I want to be cautious about how much energy we are orienting around stopping something that is enhancing mobility in our communities. I think foundationally, if it's giving people a transportation option to sort of avert using a single occupancy vehicle, like OBPAC should be generally supportive of that and maybe have concerns about the intersections between, cyclists, but is that really like the sword we want to die on? Like, I think that's something we need to think through.
Yeah, and I think that was the basis for the whole idea is, so buses can continue on their routes and people aren't waiting a half hour for them.
Do we want that?
Stop, right,
Right.
exactly. So and I think that's why the rules have all this safety worked into it.
The foundation for this has been the idea that we want to be able to use
royally wants to be able to use the full extent of the highways and the shoulders were seen as a potentially underutilized resource. And then it became, the initial kickoff for this process was 3 or 4 years ago, something like that, where ODOT and TriMet sort of got together and started talking about how can we do this, because fundamentally there was not a lot of interest in doing it. Like it was like massive safety concerns, particularly by ODOT maintenance. So it's taken quite a long time to get this place in the process. So I guess my one suggestion would be, if it's something you think you want to weigh in on, is to have a look at the draft rules and then see if you indeed still feel like that's a safety concern to cyclists and pedestrians, we ought to weigh in on it. So,
and
there's quite a lot in there.
And I will add that my feeling after the meeting was completely changed from being at first with cuts on the shoulder. And then it's like, oh, okay,
there's a lot
I'm
there,
not,
isn't
I'm
there?
not opposed to it. I'm not for it, but I'm not opposed to it.
I am gonna propose that we could write a letter that emphasizes we're grateful that it's enhancing the mobility of people getting to their destinations, especially when there's congestion. Like that's good. We need to be moving people in buses. Safety is important for people walking and biking, and to push for bike ped separated parallel facilities, since the shoulder is being used as that type of facility. Looking at, do these routes have alternate safe places for people to walk and bike? If not, please invest in the infrastructure so that parallel route is developed in conjunction with this effort. And then some sort of feedback loop to evaluate. I mean, the pilot's been going on, this is looking to expand it. I'm wondering what ongoing evaluation is there of the implementation? So if it's not working, do we know if it's not working? And how can course correction be made? That's my outline for.
It sounds like a
letter.
beautiful, let's do that.
And we want to work on, do you want to just review it with me? And
yes, I'll be your review, I'll be your editor.
Okay.
Proofer. And I think we also could add in their specific place. I was told there are places where the only option for a bicyclist to get from here to here is the freeway. There are places where that's the only option. We'd like to know where they are. And we'd like, well, then we will advocate for alternatives.
Is that any?
So they're in the locations where they're looking at the pilots. So for example, the I-5 Boone Bridge south of Wilsonville is a place that is a bottleneck. Traffic gets backed up and there's TriMet and smart buses that they want to get through there more rapidly. It's also the only crossing in town. So people walking or biking are on the shoulder of the interstate there. So I think that is an opportunity similar to other projects that the committee's been interested in, to get that message very early of, hey, you're trying to max out capacity with the limited existing infrastructure. This is probably going to be on the list for some sort of improvement in the long term. We're okay with this as like promoting mobility as much as possible in the short term, but it's got to be a short term.
I think there's also a map that Region 1 has produced that identifies areas where conditions, like there's minimum conditions that have to be met in terms of width of the shoulder and those of things. So I don't think there are. Anyways, there's a map of areas where there's some potential, and I don't think there's a ton of potential. And like the Wilsonville Smart segment that is bus on shoulder is actually a relatively short segment, because any place you have an off ramp or an on ramp, you can't have a bus on the shoulder there.
Yeah.
So it's mostly these pretty short limited segments to date, but that's another kind of document or piece of information that exists to help inform like how prevalent or where might this be and what are the other surrounding conditions.
Okay, so I think we have a plan forward. I'm checking time, realizing lost track of time talking about buses on shoulders. So the proposal is for Beth and me to draft that letter as I articulated. Someone like to move that so that we as a committee can endorse this message to the bus on shoulder rulemaking process.
Sure.
Go, Robert.
I'll move that and then Beth write a letter on OBPAC's position on the bus on shoulder rulemaking.
Great. Do we have a second?
I'll second. I do that?
Yes.
Great.
Fantastic. Love how we're diversifying who's moving things. Keeping engaged even at 4:40 p.m. All in favor of the letter to the bus and shoulder rulemaking, please.
Aye.
Loud and clear, awesome. That wraps up our committee business. We have PTD update on Great Streets and Oregon Community Paths, and then we'll move into kind of our 2 wrap-up items. So we have,
Why don't you go first?
Alan's here, okay, and Robin is probably out in the hall. So Alan, would you like to start us off since we'll switch these?
Yes, is I can just see it.
Oh, do you have a
I know, so
PowerPoint?
I do, but it's three slides I can discuss right here.
I know you're good at being efficient. We appreciate that.
Yeah. Basically, we just had the cycle 2 pre-application process. It ended on September 15th. The preliminary numbers, let me start off with the funding. We had $30 million in federal funding. Karen was able to get us $4 million in top transportation operating funds. So we had some state funds as well. And then Leanne was able to bring over $3 million in state grant school funds for projects that are within 1 mile of a K through 12 school. So we have $37 million in total for this cycle. And last cycle, we had 81 pre-applications totaling $105 million. This time we have 61 pre-applications totaling $109 million. So we've got enough, less projects, but more. And that comes out to $95 million in grant funding, and then the rest is match. We have 12 projects, 12 applications in region 1, 30 in region 2, 9 in region 3, 6 in region 4, and 4 in region 5. We have 13 pre-applications for state construction totaling $7.9 million. We have 25 pre-applications for federal construction totaling $79 million. And 23 project refinement pre-applications totaling $8.8 million. So there's an awful lot, and we're trying to get $3 million in pre-application minimum. And I noticed that a lot of the federal projects there's probably about 20 of them all within 1 mile of the school. So we're going to be doing an awful lot for safe routes to school, beyond the original $3 million. That's what I have.
Excellent.
Yeah.
What's the time frame for next step?
The next step is applications. We'll invite the people who are eligible. We'll notify them by the end of this week. We will then have the applications due November 1st or January 31st. We're hiring a consultant to review the scoping and do some technical review of the project cost, so that if someone comes in with $1 million, they say it's $1.5 million, and go back and negotiate in priority order. And say, well, you said $1 million, you say 1.5, can you meet that match? And then we can adjust the total number of projects accordingly to the available funds. And hopefully not have problems where the projects can't be complete. And then you guys will review and approve in May, and then July will be the OTC meeting, and then we will start, because the majority of the federal funds, we'll start executing projects on October 1st, which is the very beginning of the federal fiscal year.
Fantastic. Let's get some paths built.
Yeah.
And can we pass around your phone with the photo of the first completed project from?
Yeah. While we were in our meeting today, the city of Madras, we did an inspection. There's still some lighting that needs to be installed, but they have the very first project for this program is second complete with the exception of lighting.
So we are drastically overprescribed once again. Okay.
But we have more funding. Last year we had, or last cycle, we had $15.4 million in total. So we have over twice as much funding this time.
And the projects look positive?
Projects are all looking good. As a matter of fact, there's 2 projects that they didn't, that were even in there that they had everything complete, but they did not hit the submit button. So I have to call them and say, did you need to be incomplete? So we maybe a little bit more, but this is a 900-foot connection in the city of Madras between Jefferson Park and some recreational trails to the east of there. So
but it's a nice little crosswalk. The only thing that's missing is the lighting and the signage that will then, hopefully make it safer for cars. You have your ADA compliance, the little orange strips across there. And we're very excited that this is the first project.
You guys built this.
Yeah.
Thank you. Something. So
Robin, are you ready for the great streets?
Can we switch it back so the presentation is?
Yeah, we're on a different computer. Yours is on the.
Yeah, I know. Can you?
Oh, yep.
Do you have my computer? On the. Everyone must touch the computer.
Yeah.
Some of you have seen like a version of like, what is Great Streets even? And some of you have not. So who has already seen at least like an overview of what we're doing with Great Streets? Okay. So because now what do I?
It's gonna be great.
They're gonna be great rates. Okay. So just quickly, like a little bit of background about the program for folks who haven't seen what it's starting to look like. Basically, this is around the fact that we have a lot of very specific state and federal funding programs that get used to invest in streets and corridors. And because that funding is sliced so specifically and thinly, it's made it very challenging for regions mostly to pull back together those various funding sources and invest in corridor scale programs. So that's on a high level. That's kind of the birth of the program. A lot of the focus has historically been on efficiently moving vehicles, and some of the trade-off with efficiently moving vehicles, especially at a local kind of main street level, has been that there have been safety and economic impacts to local communities on these main streets and urban arterials. In terms of the purpose and the background of the program, so this is a $50 million discretionary allocation of IIJA federal funds. It's going to be a combined source of funding for these corridor scale type improvements. It brings forth some of the principles from the Blueprint for Urban Design and really kind of puts a fine point on the need and opportunity for those programs and projects that are focused there. It's also intended to be a proof of concept program for future STIP cycles or a bigger investment in multimodal corridor improvements moving forward. There's some lessons learned, I think, from the process of selecting projects, from the program guidelines, from ultimately projects that get implemented and how they get celebrated. Like there'll be lots of points where we can learn as this being a proof of concept program moving forward. In terms of eligibility, so the projects primarily have to do two things. First of all, they need to be addressing a safety risk and identify specific risk factors and how those risk factors are going to be mitigated. And they also need to be focused on multimodal access. So how are we going to be improving connectivity and access for people that are walking and biking and taking public transit in local communities? Projects for the proof of concept program are going to be on ODOT state-owned highways. The regions will submit projects to a statewide centralized project review team with input from local jurisdictions and acts and all kinds of like the ways the regions do their input is up to the ways the regions do their input for the most part. I've learned very different across the states. And then projects do need to be part of an adopted plan to be considered. And that's kind of the basic eligibility level for the program. We've got 6 evaluation criteria. So equity and climate mitigation. If you think of this as a 100-point scale, equity and climate mitigation basically make up 25 points each. So that's half of what projects are being evaluated against. And there's a lot more specificity around some of these questions, but for the sake of time, we'll just focus on that. The local support and engagement piece, so this is the next year, so this is basically 20% of that 100-point scale. And specifically wanting to see, yes, not just that it's been adopted in a plan, but what was the engagement? Like, why did you pick this quarter? Why this program? How have historically excluded communities been engaged to this point? And what do you plan moving forward through design and even the construction process? And then the last three, so leverage opportunities, project readiness, and state of good repair, those are each the final 10% each of that 100-point scale. There's two pieces that we're asking for the regions to demonstrate an understanding of, but they're not being scored. So one of them is freight considerations, reduction review routes, but also just the federal freight route overlap. And then jurisdictional transfer intentions. So for the purposes of this program, we don't have a position that says we are prioritizing jurisdictionally transferred roadways or we're not prioritizing. It's just like whatever the decision is between essentially the regions and the local community. And we're not scoring things on that, but we do want to know if that's an intent. The expectation is that if it's part of kind of where the match is coming from, that jurisdictional transfer follows through once the project has been.
That's new. Does everybody understand what jurisdictional transfer is? So it is when a state highway is not functioning as a state highway, like regional statewide connector anymore, and it's really functioning as a city street. So transfer from ODOT to the local jurisdiction.
And sometimes local jurisdictions transfer their roads to us.
Yeah.
Super fun.
And it's also not, I mean, one of the things I learned from the statewide outreach process that you all maybe already are aware of from your position on OBPAC is that, like, in some places in the state, like ODOT is actually the more progressive agency than the local jurisdiction. And so communities are like, no, like ODOT, please keep our road, because your like blueprint for urban design or your way of doing things actually is like further along than some other jurisdiction. So your hats on, folks. So this is just types of eligible activities. Not saying that every project has to do all of these things, not saying that these are the only things that will be funded. Our minds are open, whatever makes the street great, basically. Great.
Could you be a bus in that bike lane?
Can you be a bus? We're gonna move on. Okay, so in terms of the program timeline, right now the regions are working on a pre-application process. So it's really simple, just a way for them to demonstrate kind of what they're thinking. We have a Great Streets advisory team that will review those pre-applications that'll be due November 1st. We'll turn that around in 2 weeks. And then the regions basically have 3 more months to pull together their full project proposals. So we're looking at end of February is when we'll have the final proposals put together. And then we are convening a project review team, which is why I've come here today to speak with you all. So we'll have a project review team in February that reviews the projects that the region put forward. And then from there, it's kind of, if you've participated in the STIP process at all, there's basically a standard 150% project list. Then those projects go forward for additional scoping. There'll be another round of review based on that information that happens towards the end of June. And then we'll have the 100% project list that the project review team will essentially put forward to the Oregon Transportation Commission. And they're the body that actually approves the project list, but the project review team will make a recommendation. So who wants to be on the project review team? In light of the earlier conversation, the way the team has been structured is that we've got 10 ODOT staff. So we've been doing 2 months of statewide outreach and engagement. So we've heard a lot of the same conversations that you all were having earlier, like I've heard directly from people as well. One of the things that the Office of Social Equity highlighted as an opportunity was to just put forward a call out to see who's interested, because as you all have already said, like, oh, you signed up to be on OBPAC. And then sometimes you find that next thing you know, you're doing 5 or so other things as a result of that. And we kind of tend to go back to the same people. So we've got four community representative slots. We've got 2 slots that we want to have a conversation with someone from OBPAC if you want to participate in the process, and then we'll also have someone from the Public Transportation Advisory Committee. And then we've also got, in addition to kind of the 10 ODOT staff, we have a call for 2 open ODOT staff positions, something never been done before. It could be somebody from the DMV, could be an intern, like it's open to have people apply to see kind of just what the program is and what it's about and give a broader perspective when we're going through the project review process. Thinking it's.
Need a decision today or?
I don't need a decision today. Some of the folks that I have, so I've reached out to, I think, 8 of the acts. So their bike ped people, like that bike ped person has seen the version of the presentation, also through conversations with a lot of the organizations that were directly involved in the IIJA engagements. There's a number of folks through that process that have expressed they might be interested, or somebody from their organization may be interested. So I would leave that actually up to you all. Like if it's somebody specifically from OBPAC, or if it's just like a person that OBPAC thinks can be part of the process, but.
What if I work for a city? What if my city applies for this?
Can't apply. City can't apply. So the only it's ODOT regions will put forward applications. So there won't be any local jurisdictions apply.
It could be an ODOT facility that runs through Newport, but Newport, City of Newport would not be an applicant.
If you had concerns about a potential conflict of interest, because it is ODOT highway through your jurisdiction, you could recuse yourself from voting when it came to that point, if that were to become an issue.
I'm wondering if anyone's initially interested. Sounds like we could wait till November to make a decision. Our decision could be, someone serve on it from OBPAC, or it could be, great, we've got involvement from others in the state, and we don't always have to be the ones carrying the message forward. Anyone jumping out of your seat really wanting this right now? And I'm also looking to you, Lauren, on the phone.
And I think the main point is that for transparency's sake, we wanted to come here first. We wanted to get the committee's guidance and advice. And if your guidance and advice to it is to us is open it up statewide, we'll do that. Or if you want to appoint someone, we'll do that.
I'm a little confused on who applies then.
ODOT regional staff. So it's main streets that are on ODOT owned and managed facilities right now. So it's.
So what department? I mean, not other than ODOT.
There are five ODOT regions.
Yeah.
So staff from the regional office. So like Portland is region 1, Newport, I think, is region 2, although I'm probably going to regret saying that.
How many staff are in each region? I mean, hundreds of people, or
yeah, like the region manager basically would have to sign off on, like, it's not just any person.
Part of what you're getting at is the structural organization of ODOT. There's
not only that
folks, and then there's the region folks.
Really? Are you interested? Because I want to help us wrap up this thing. I'm realizing we're behind, and this is a conversation we could have over dinner later.
I'd be interested.
Oh, sweet. Robert's interested. Okay, great.
It's always fun to give away money.
Yeah. That's right then. As a committee, do we want to go with Robert now, knowing that capacity is one of the things?
Yes.
Okay.
I make a movement that Robert goes and does this fine project as a farewell gift to us.
And do we have a second on that motion to appoint Robert to the Great Streets Initiative PRT Committee?
Second.
Second, okay, all in favor of Robert serving, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you. I think that wraps up PTD update, unless there was anything else burning. I'd like to just do our final wrap up and support people to go take a break. Okay, so action items that I have noted, one-on-ones with Erica. So before she comes back, if you're interested in having a one-on-one, please schedule that and chat with her between now and November.
I thought she was going to contact us.
I thought she was coming to us.
we're gonna somehow get her contact information out.
We're going to provide, our plan was to provide her with all of your contact information and then she could do that outreach. So if you don't want her to contact, maybe let us know and we could tell her that, or we'll.
If she contacts me,
I think it's stay out of way.
Yeah, if she contacts you and you're not interested, feel free to decline. If you can send me any thoughts, topics, questions to bring to the ODOT executive meeting regarding the Mobility Advisory Committee by October 1st, I will carry those messages forward. The co-chairs get to submit the IIJ thank you letter to the OTC, so that's our item. Sweet. And Beth would like examples of ways that OBPAC could support the local committees. Beth and I are writing and submitting the Bus on Shoulders letter. Were there any other action items that we agreed to that I did not just list?
Deadline for that would be Wednesday night. Or
Tomorrow, Wednesday. I'm about to head out into the woods without any service.
okay, then
We might be able to get that done. We might also do it between the second and third. We'll talk. Yeah,
I can help pull together some things for that too.
it could even,
Doors that Karen was mentioning.
let's chat right after this meeting to figure out when we're doing that. Any other member wrap-up items? Any last quick comments for Robert before he departs and continues his wonderful service on the Great Streets Initiative?
It's not, I'm not a member, so I want to make space, but I do have a final statement or a statement before the end of the meeting too.
Now's a great time.
Okay, one, Robert, thank you for being on the committee. Thank you for speaking truth to power. Thanks for bringing up so many of the issues. I know there've been bumps for sure, and I'm so appreciative of you highlighting them and making us better. You really do. We'll miss you. I'm actually kind of getting a little about it. The other thing I'd like to say, I'm ecstatic that we've got Jessica back staffing the committee. I'm glad that she's back in her role. I'm really glad that you're here. And then really glad I'm going to tear up about that one. And then the last thing is that it's complicated and complex to pull together a hybrid meeting after 2.5 years of not doing anything. And while we also had our lead staffer for the committee gone, and so the folks in this room, the staff in this room pulled together in order to make this happen seamlessly, relatively seamlessly, without a couple like bumps and adjustments and things like that out in the many before. So thank you guys so much. We were so young. So many docs ready for doc exercises. So yes, I wanted to say thank you everyone for pulling together.
Thank you. And I just want to say thanks to everyone's flexibility as we come back together in person, as I facilitate my first in-person OBPAC meeting and kind of move through various topics and checking with the time. So we tried to tackle a lot today, and I think some really good conversations were had. We have action items. We're continuing to make a difference, and we'll continue to do so in our coming meetings. Any last thoughts? Thank you.
I have a question for the committee, since I've been doing the PCC, where we're getting a vision for the next 20 years of ODOT.
What is the piece?
It's the planning committee for,
Policy Coordinating Committee for the Oregon Transportation Plan. It's kind of a big deal.
it's a huge deal. So I'm your representative. If you would like to tell me something now, great. If you want to catch me later, they put me in the Schwanky Hotel so that you guys could bend my ear over dinner. So make sure that I know what you want, because right now all I'm saying is make it a whole system, make it a whole system. Here we go. It's a whole system. But if you have something else you want me to say, please let me know.
So we put that location down for dinner, but it wasn't intended specifically to be staffed. So it's an optional dinner. So just wanted to let you guys know that. So it's a great location to go. So is anyone going to dinner?
Definitely.
Right now,
I'd like to connect with OBPAC members. I'm not like committed to that location.
Okay, you guys figure it out.
Okay, but we might mark it on there because it's like an indoor food cart sort of thing. So there's like options to pick from.
And we went there a couple times back when we used to meet at the.
Wait, I'm out.
I might be.
Out though.
And it's close.
Have we- And then we can have.
There you go.
Let's go ahead and adjourn the meeting. We'll figure out evening connections if we're doing that, what that looks like. Thank you, everyone at OBPAC meeting.
Thank you, guys. It was